4 o'clock. We'll get started. Welcome to the Washington City Council workshop meeting. Today is August 24th, 2022. We're in the Washington City Council chambers. This meeting is also streamed live via our YouTube link at washingtoncity.org/meetings. At this point, I will call for an approval of the agenda.
Mayor, I'll make a motion that we approve the agenda as outlined.
I have a motion.
Second.
The second, all in favor?
Aye.
The agenda is approved. Now, we do have a hard stop at 5:30, but only 2 items. That doesn't mean we have to take the whole time, but we can take up to that time as necessary.
I think we just heard a challenge, Council.
Item number 2 is an update to our personnel handbook. So just really wanted to thank City Manager Jeremy Redd, our HR Director Ruth Holyoke. As you've reviewed your packets, I'm sure you've noticed some really insightful, thoughtful updates, changes. So at this point, we'll let Jeremy present on the handbook, unless Ruth's doing it. Ruth, are you, Jeremy?
You know, it's my big moment, and here I am. Oh, there it is. Good. Steve's helping me in the background there, so make sure we do it correctly. I think the mayor explained this is an update to the handbook. We've been working on this revision for quite some time. What we used to do in the past is we used to, let's see if I can make it work. We used to do our handbook revisions every 5 years, 10 years when they needed to happen. But what we found recently is that we make changes to it quite often. I think a lot of you have been here for that as we've made those changes. So since the last update in 2014, we've done some updates, such as a few months ago we allowed 16-year-olds, people younger than 16, to be employed by the city. All of those changes that we've made in the past are included in the handbook already, so they're not here for the changes at this point. Moving forward, we don't intend to print the handbook anymore. That was about a $10,000 cost when we would do it. And as soon as we printed it, then it was out of date because we make changes. And so we're not going to print it. We're going to have digital copies or digital links available to all employees. They'll have the most current copy of the handbook. Going through this, we spent quite a bit of time. We spent most of the year doing these revisions and probably into last year. But we've reviewed them. Ruth's done a fantastic job with it. And then we've had our HR attorney review them. We presented them to the department heads. We've had discussion. So I believe everybody is understanding of what's happening, or at least what's proposed. There are a lot of small changes, as you noticed, if you look through the handbook, that are just wording changes or updates, such as, you know, adding things to be digital and those kind of things. So I didn't make a slide for those. I'm just going to go through some of the real high points or some of the things that might be interesting, or large changes, and then if we have any questions about anything else, I'm happy to take those. One of the first things that we did is we made an adjustment to how we calculate part-time status. We used to allow people to only work 29 hours a week, and then they had to stop for that week. A couple of our departments, especially parks and lifeguards and other people, would like to be able to hire people all summer long at 40 hours a week, so they can work all summer, but then maybe they go off to school, or they leave us after the summer employment. And 29 hours was somewhat limiting. So our recommendation would be 1,508 hours in a 12-month period. And as soon as they hit 1,508, then they have to be done. But that really helps adjust for those seasonal periods and makes it a little bit easier for our staffing. Any questions on that one?
So that it goes with state code and everything on that?
Yep. Okay. Yeah, and that's the big reason we had it all vetted. But as long as we stay below that, that's actually a little below state code. The concern is once we hit full time, then we're required to provide benefits, URS, all of the full-time benefits to someone, even if they accidentally end up with too many hours. And so we have a tracking process for making sure that we're aware of where they're at. The next slide, employment of relatives. We had a big long list of which relatives the city was concerned about. We just now pointed that to the state law on nepotism. So as that changes, or there are any changes in there, it'll be reflected in our code, just more of a cleanup than anything.
Jeremy, do you identify some of those some of those relationships, just so we have kind of an idea, just off the top of your head?
Oh, I mean, they're close family relationships: father, son, wife, mother, brother, cousins, and really what it says is that they can't be supervised by somebody with this relationship. So the state code on nepotism is pretty all encompassing and contains a lot of information there. But it's close. It's like cousin and closer. Maybe cousin isn't even that far, but it's really
So-
close relatives.
So if we have a supervisor, they can't, their nieces and nephews, they can't be their direct supervisor.
Correct. Yep.
So say we had a situation like that,
Mhm.
but like we didn't know, right? Like it just happened, and
Yeah.
is there some kind of, I just would hate to lose a good employee because there's a family member involved. If there's a different department we can put them in, or have them directly
Exactly.
report to a different manager instead of that manager. I don't know. I would just hope that you would, as this, would watch over that, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know of any situation that we've ever fired anybody for that. I think what normally happens is we just make sure that, a supervisor isn't hiring all of their close relatives to work for them or something like that. But sure, go ahead.
Also, if there is that relationship, then that person that is in that higher level just knows that they cannot supervise. And so, that's just kind of handicapped in both of them, because one has to either step down and just be on the equal level, or the other one can never promote up because of that relationship. And so we always work with them to make sure that they're aware of that, they know that, and they're either splitting departments so that you've got one going, if you have like firefighters, they have 3 different levels, one's going to a different group with a different supervisor, so they're don't have that direct supervision, and that kind of eliminates a lot of that problem we would have. That way we do get to retain those employees as well.
I imagine this is a bigger problem in smaller cities where you just don't have the separation. But in our city, we have quite a few places to move people to. And we have, like Ruth said, we can move people to a different shift with a different supervisor, even within the department. So we haven't had a lot of issues related to that. The next slide is 5.6, our smoking language. We've added language for vaping that didn't exist the last time we updated our policy manual. 12.2 is overtime calculation. And what we've done in this one is just added clarifying language. And we also added a chart that highlights the different hours that are necessary to get overtime per department. It was a little bit confusing, so we're trying to make it a little clearer. And more or less everyone is the same except for police and firefighters who work different work periods. And then we have some different things if someone is on call and ends up having to come in and take care of an emergency when on a weekend or a night or something like that.
Who approves that?
It's approved by the department heads.
Their department head only?
Yes. Yep. Payroll, we added language clarifying wage garnishment procedures. It's nothing terribly exciting, just how that happens in the city.
Just one question on that, Jeremy.
Sure.
So let's say that we have a garnishment situation, and obviously it has to go through the proper legal channels. Could be a lot of different things, but the employee is notified before that garnishment, I would assume. Is that correct?
This is exactly why I brought Ruth. She knows all the answers.
So all garnishments are usually served by someone, and that we like them to be served to the recorder's office. If not, sometimes they wander over and still give them just to the HR department. But those documents are then processed through the Utah courts, if it's a Utah garnishment or whichever state they're from. And from there, we get the calculations all out, and we make a copy of that and hand deliver it to that employee to let them know that effective immediately, this is the amount of withholdings that will be taken from your check.
So it has the time and
They have
the
20
length
days,
of time.
so we allow them, we hold on to that. They're notified of it immediately. We hold on to that deduction for 20 days, and they have time to work out whatever situation they can make, arrangements they can make, or pay off, or whatever they have to do. If it's just like a debt, if it's more like your child support, it's going to happen immediately. If it's more of just a medical bill they're trying to claim, then they have that 20 days to resolve the differences.
Dispute it.
If not disputed, then it just goes through and we release the check to the person that is trying to collect that.
But I would think before it got that far, most of those disputes would be already handled.
Not always.
Not always, okay.
Not necessarily. The 20 days actually statutory. It's to give them a chance to file and object the action and go ask a judge to review whether or not it's happening rightfully. So we don't act in the decision or tribunal making role at all. We're just technically an employer that has ownership of an asset of somebody that's got a debt. And so we're just trying to comply with state law, like anybody else would in that regard.
And I just think that, and I do recognize we have a statutory responsibility for that, but I think notifying the employees and keeping them well apprised is a good idea. And I think it's necessary, but that's my only thought on that.
That's good. Okay, the next one is a little bit of a change, and I'll try to explain this the best way I can. Our current policy, as far as retirement incentives, allows people to, if they've worked with the city for 10 years, they can take 20% of their accrued sick leave. There's other things they can do with that accrued sick leave, but right now we let them take 20% of that and buy years of service through URS. And what we found is that the years of service have become so expensive through URS that it's not feasible for most people. They can still buy that, but it didn't create the incentive that we want. And a retirement incentive is a little bit confusing, because what we want is we want an incentive that encourages people to stay with the city. So we want a longevity that makes them want to continue with us. But at the point that they're ready to retire and they're ready to really be finished with their employment, we also don't want them to have to stick around for a couple of years in sort of that position where they don't want to be here. So what we've done is change the language to remove the existing 10-year incentive and replace with new language that if employees are here at least 15 years of service with the city and they meet the eligibility requirements to receive benefits under URS, so they are retiring, they have to be retiring, then they can take that accumulated sick leave, or the amount that represents, and they can use that to purchase insurance in their retirement. So if they have enough to buy 6 months of insurance, then they would stay on our insurance, and we would decrease the amount that they have basically on the books with us until that's used up. If they had enough for a year or a year and a half, then that would help bridge that gap. What we find is that's probably the biggest issue that people face. They get to their URS retirement date, but they can't. The insurance is the big piece that stops them, and so this allows them to use that accumulated sick leave to pay for that.
And there wouldn't be a situation where we'd cash that out under that same scenario.
No,
It would
in
have
that
to be used
scenario,
towards insurance.
They would use it towards insurance. Mm-hmm. Any questions at all on that? We've been over it a little bit in other ways. The next slide is vacation time, and this is one that when we talk to employees and we were really struggling to retain employees and find good employees, this was an issue. We start their accrual with 1 week of vacation, but they don't start with a week of vacation. They start with 0 vacation, and they accrue 3 hours per pay period until they get up to a week. And so it becomes a real issue with employees in their first year of employment with the city, because they just have so little time that they can take off. So if they need to go to get their hair cut, or they need to have a day off at some point, it's become a real pinch point. And then often we end up having to work with them to see if we can work something out, because they need some time.
Does the vacation time, say, accrue? Yeah, at the end of the year? Is it based on their hire date?
It accrues every month as you work.
No, I guess what I'm saying is, when does it start over? Is it based on their?
It never starts over. They're able to carry it forward, and they can carry up to 120 hours.
Let me
per year.
maybe I'm misunderstanding. What I'm saying is, if they have a week of vacation,
Mhm.
and they have a week of vacation the day they start in, let's just say, we'll say April, okay? Start in April, and our fiscal year ends in June. Is it just a prorated 5 days to the end of the fiscal year and it starts over, or does it start on their hire date?
It's on the hire date. So from
but
the date
everyone's
of hire,
vacation
their anniversary
resets
dates
based on the hire date.
and it will
But
just
let
go
me-
to the accruals.
Let me explain this, and this might help. If they don't use any vacation for their first 12 months, then they would have 5 days built up. They don't have it day one. They have to work that entire year, and then they would have 5 days. They get so much per month, so many hours per month.
That's currently how it is.
Yeah. And if they don't use them all, if they don't use any, then at the end of the year, they would have earned 1 week, 5 days. So it's prorated by pay period. So the only change here would be to start them at an accrual rate of 2 weeks per year instead of 1 week. So they start with one, and then after a year or 2 years, after completion with one, then we change that rate to where they accrue 2 per year.
Part of 2, it goes to 2 weeks.
And 2 per year is a lot, it gives them a lot more flexibility, especially to take off some of these days that they need. So
So after 2 years, it would remain the 2 weeks as well.
we would just keep, yeah, everything else remains the same. They would start with 2 instead of 1, and then it increases as they hit certain milestones.
That's
working with
that's
the-
given them. They still have to incur it.
They still have to accrue it as they work, but it basically doubles the accrual rate from 1 week to 2 weeks of accrual.
So
per year.
basically about 6. So an example, 6 months into your employment, you would have 5 days vacation.
Yes, instead of 2.5.
How come we don't just start them with a week vacation and just say, here's your week's vacation starting? But
We could, there's a few reasons. They're on probation for that first 6 months. And so we really want to, if we start them with a week of vacation, then they quit a week in, we'd have to pay them for that whole week. So
can't you just put something in it that just says they don't get they lose their vacation in the first 6 months if they did?
we could.
I'm not saying this is a bad way. I'm just throwing out options.
We could do the same thing. You could start everybody with a week and then just let them accrue 1 week. But I think that when people first start, we really want them there. We want them training. We want them there as much as possible to learn their position. I think that's why we let them accrue it as they go. But again, the 1 week seems a little bit too tight for people, and it creates a little bit of a bottleneck. So the recommendation would be to change to 2.
I'm gonna go home and renegotiate my vacation plan with my wife. She's got to do better for me than.
Do you want to share
I'm
your
gonna
accrual
show her
rates?
this. I need more vacation.
Yeah, I don't want anyone to get in trouble with their spouses.
She
because
gave you
of
council
today's-
time off. What are you complaining about?
I think my conversation is going to be about garnishment of wages. It's pretty heavy. Yeah, I don't see it. I don't know. I think.
Okay, the last one I have is probably the most interesting, and I think it takes a little bit of discussion. But one of the things that we're running into is the world has changed since 2014, and one of the places it's changed is in cannabis use in our area and in our country. And what's interesting is that now Utah is a state that allows the use of medical cannabis with a prescription. And then we also have states that are near us who allow recreational cannabis use. So we worked with quite a few different cities. We talked with the League of Cities and Towns. This isn't an issue that we're dealing with alone, but we want to make sure that we're doing what's right for our community, as well as allowing maybe some flexibility for employees who need this medical benefit. So what we normally do is anytime somebody comes to employment with the city, we do a pre-employment drug screen. And something might trigger in that drug screen, and then we would ask them if they have a prescription for that. So this is maybe it's anything that pops as in that drug screen. And if they have a prescription for that, then it goes to a board who looks at it and says, okay, it's not us, it's an outside agency. And they say, yeah, that's within the prescribed limit, we're good. And then they're clear on that test. And the same thing with tests that aren't pre-employment. So that's what I don't know if most cities are doing it. This is what we feel like is the best approach for us, is that we would treat medical cannabis as any other medically prescribed controlled substance. So if somebody came, they did their pre-employment testing, it tested positive for marijuana, they would provide their prescription card. As long as it fits within the parameters, then it's just like any other controlled substance. And that seems to be a good way to handle it because it's consistent with what we're already doing. The second issue arises when you could think of it a little bit more like alcohol. So alcohol is legal. People consume alcohol, but they're not allowed to consume it at work. They're not allowed to come to work impaired. And so somebody could go to Nevada, for instance, they could go down to Mesquite and legally use marijuana recreationally and then come back. The difference between alcohol and marijuana is alcohol leaves your system and isn't detectable, and marijuana can stay in your system a lot longer and can compound the more that you use it. So it's really difficult to test for in the same way that we do alcohol. But I want to be clear, we have a zero tolerance drug and alcohol policy for at work. So, even if you have a medical card and you do something, you can't do it at work. So this is important. So what we're also looking to remove is what we call pre-announced testing, which hasn't been terribly effective, but that's when we say, Councilmember Martinson, you're going to be tested sometime in the next week. You need to come in and participate. So it's effective, but it just feels like a lot of administrative burden for what we're getting out of that. We would leave the unannounced testing in effect for safety sensitive positions and for employees with CDL licenses. And then testing is also still used if somebody comes to work and we have reasonable suspicion that they may be under the influence of any type of alcohol or drug that is impairing their ability to perform their job. And then we also, any accident that happens, whether it's a car accident or an on-the-job accident, then we have them tested. So that is sort of the recommendation. Do we want to wade into those waters of discussion, or?
Yes.
Okay, got his waders on.
So I can think of situations, scenarios where if someone was on pain pills per se, and they have to take a prescription, take your pill at 10 o'clock in the morning and 2 in the afternoon, which is, a prescribed medication. There is language where if they were using cannabis for, pain or whatever, there's language that could not happen at work regardless. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, that gets a little bit dicey because if they had other prescription drugs that they had to take at 10 and 2, as long as it's not inhibiting their performance, they can do that. But yeah, we wouldn't allow them to, smoke on the job, do those kind of things. This is more outside of work hour participation. But we also, I would say it's a real one-on-one thing, and Ruth can probably speak a little more to that. We want to make sure people and take cannabis out of it are able to manage their health in the best possible way, but we don't want it to affect employment with the city either. It can't affect the way that we do our job and the way that we take care of our residents. But I think we're pretty good with people. We try to make reasonable accommodations when they need that, and make sure that they're able to take care of their health issues as well.
So our drug testing respects prescriptions of the people that are tested. So let's say if I was given an unannounced, test, and I go down and test and it shows cannabis, the city would permit me the opportunity to say, well, but it's there under prescription, and here's my documentation, and that would apply to pain medication or whatever other drug was detected in the test. But yeah, we allow them to present prescription and justify the reason that shows up on the test.
So is it, and I'm not familiar with this at all, obviously, but is cannabis, is it prescribed like a medication, a 30-day supply or a 15-day supply, so that we have an understanding that we're using so much per day and not morning and night, or is there any kind of justification for that?
I'm trying to think who it is that would know how cannabis is prescribed in the city. Where's the recorder? No, I'm just kidding. I don't know the answer to how it's prescribed, but I do understand it to be a same type of prescription as any other medical prescription. And it can be in whatever quantity or time frame that's determined by a medical doctor.
Okay. But I had a question on, Manager Red, you said if you go to Nevada, that's illegal to do it recreationally, and you do it there legally, but then come back and it still shows up in your test. What's our stance on that?
Well, our stance is we're not going to do the pre-announced testing. So in that case, unless you were in a safety sensitive position or a CDL position, then you're not going to be tested unless you have an accident.
But say it comes positive.
Suspicion.
So here's a scenario. Say it shows up positive.
For pre-employment or for?
No, for just on the job, whatever. Okay. Say you were in an accident on Monday, but Saturday you were down there recreational. One of our employees was recreational using it, and they come back. but they test positive for it, but it's been a few days since they're, I mean, how do we handle that situation?
Yeah, we're going to work with them, but we would send it out, and they have limits where they look at and try to determine whether it was. It's the tricky part about cannabis, because it doesn't do like alcohol does, where you start at a certain and every hour it drops down as you don't use it, and then it can be larger depending on how often you use it. But there are those, you know, the board that we use can go out and kind of reasonably determine. There's a way that they can do it, and Chief Evans was explaining this to me. So this is how they do it. They go out and they can look at, they test them now, and they test them in like 2 hours, and they test them in 4 hours, and they can see how rapidly it is moving down, even if they're a frequent user, if that makes sense. So they can say we feel like the use was really close to the time of the accident, or no, it looks like this is just in their system, but it was, you know, 5 days ago that they used it. So they have a way of doing it. It's not as good as some of the others, but I think we'll just have to kind of wade into that water. But right now our policy is, if they used it a month ago and it was still in their system, they used it legally, and they came and they had an accident, we would terminate them. And that doesn't feel like it's necessarily keeping up with what's happening around us currently.
We actually think there might be some weak legal position for the city to do so. And so our goal is to tie the cannabis issue mostly to at-work performance, right? If there's a performance issue, then it starts to become something that we look at more directly, because we're in a situation where you can drive 20 minutes and lawfully use amounts that are different than what's lawful here, right? And so we're just in a tough place, and there's legal concern that if we were to effectuate the policy as it currently stands, that we might have a legal problem with that employee.
So I looked up cannabis, medical cannabis. Hopefully it doesn't trigger anything. It's my personal iPad, so hopefully it doesn't anyways. So they're issued by a qualified medical professional up to 6 months initially. And then if that individual needs it for longer than 6 months, they have to go back to that qualified medical professional. They can only purchase up to 30 days, and they can only purchase up to so much within that 30-day period of time. And you have to go to specific dispensaries to actually purchase that cannabis. So there are some pretty specific limitations on what they can and cannot do during that 30-day and 6-month period. So hopefully that helped a little.
It did, thank you.
If there aren't any other questions, any issues with anything, any of these changes? Anybody have any concerns that we can address? I think, again, the goal of redoing the entire policy manual was to update it to current standards and kind of what's happening out here. But now, from now on, we'll just bring sort of one thing at a time as it becomes necessary to change. I think it's a lot more efficient to do it that way. But I think that the few changes that we are making and we've made in the past, honestly, some of them we just, while we were waiting for this to have an entire update, we brought little sections to update, but they've been good for the employees, good for the city, and help keep us an employer of choice for our employees. So
I just say that, after the citizens, our city employees are the greatest asset the city has. And I like that when I hear that we're considering their rights and their, because we want to always make sure that we're looking out for employees and providing safe environments and every opportunity that they have to be successful, not only in their city work, but in their personal, private lives as well. So I appreciate the work that's gone into this, and it sounds good to me.
thank you.
Well done, Jeremy, Ruth. Appreciate that. Council, you'll likely see this back in September for an official vote. So appreciate that. We'll move along to item number 3. This is the Spin Scooter Cooperative Agreement. Economic Development Director Rusty Hughes will come forward on that. I know we also have a representative, is it Fong, here from Spin Scooter, and we also have Paul Walker and Cole Staley from our Leisure Services Department. Rusty, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, afternoon, Council. So I wanted to go over our original agreement first, just to put within context the changes that we've made. And I did provide 2 briefing documents, so I hope that wasn't confusing. One of them was kind of to talk about the history of what's happened. And then the second one is highlighting the changes on the new agreement. So we actually signed an agreement with Spin. It's an exclusive agreement with Spin Scooters to provide micromobility within the city of Washington. We did not do an RFP because St. George had done an RFP prior and signed an exclusive contract with them. And there's so much intercity travel that we didn't want to go with a separate provider. We also, I did do an analysis though of some other providers and what rates they offer, what their terms were, how they did maintenance of their equipment, because all of those things affect the quality of the equipment. So we initially had this signed this agreement in September of 2021, and then we've had some turnover both at the city and also at Spin. There was some turnover, so there wasn't a lot of communication, and I did reach out a couple of times. We finally, towards the end of this agreement, decided what we ought to do, because the first year was a trial, and then it would have an auto renew for 3 years, and that end date coincides with St. George's end date, so that if they renegotiate with another Spin provider or another micromobility provider, that we could do the same, and that we could stay coordinated with that. Otherwise, we'd end up with scooters right at the border of the cities. Didn't want to do that. So I did involve, because I don't see this every day. I mean, I do see the scooters around town, but I wanted to involve the staff that are closest to this issue. So Cole Staley and Paul Walker are here, and they provided some notes in here. The current agreement, because we send in a cancellation, the current agreement will end on the 3rd of September. We're having this meeting and voting on it, I think, on the consent agenda for the regular meeting, the regular council meeting tonight, to decide whether we'll renew or not. If you decide not to renew, then that the cancellation stays in effect, and Spin Scooters are no longer permitted within the city of Washington. If you decide to renew, then the new agreement will have another 1-year trial period, and hopefully we have some better communication during that time. But we wanted to do that just to allow some time to address any issues that may come up, with communication and with active involvement from the city and from Spin. And then also another thing to note on the new agreement, it will only go for 2 years for an auto renewal, and that's to line up with that same date that St. George has in place. I don't want to belabor this too much. I know I sent everything over. Are there any questions specifically? And also Feng Bui is she is the head of government partnerships. She's here from Spin, so she can answer some of the questions about the survey and the heat maps, if you have specific questions about that, or the new equipment that they plan on deploying in the city should this agreement renew. Do you have any questions for me or? Council,
here's your opportunity.
Rusty, what was the revenue that we received last year?
It was about $1,200. They were supposed to do remittance payments of 15 cents per ride that originates in Washington City, and those were supposed to be quarterly. That was one thing that there was a disconnect on. We didn't get the payment information, but they have come current on that. So for the first 3 quarters, I believe, of that agreement, it was about $1,200.
That was for the first 9 months, did you say, of the year?
Yes, and then the next one we'll expect soon.
So a yearly should be somewhere around $1,500. $1,500 to
$1,600, yeah, at that rate.
So one concern I've had is, you know, you see these things all over the place, just out, you know, just in the middle of the road or in the middle of the sidewalk. And then I know a guy got killed in St. George driving down the road, and he ran into one. He was on a motorcycle and ran into a scooter and got killed. I don't know if you guys had read that in the paper. But anyway, that's just a concern I have, you know. So I think that was 3 or 4 months ago. Does anybody recall
Yeah,
reading
I
that in the
remember that
paper?
was on the
So,
corner of Boulevard and Bluff, as I recall,
Yeah,
and I think it
yeah.
had just fallen into the road or something.
He
And
was on a motorcycle.
yeah, he was on a motorcycle and ended up dying from his injuries. So, you know,
Well-
I mean, I don't know. I like the scooters. I think it's, you know, I think it's a good little mode of transportation, and I think, you know, it's good for some of the kids in the community. But man, I do see them all over the place all the time, just kind of strewn around. And then when I read that about that guy that hit one and caused an accident, which had a fatality, that concerned me a lot. So that's just a concern I have, you know. So
Rusty, I don't know if you are the one that would answer this or whether it'd be the company, but my questions are kind of what Councilman Henderson was commenting on, and that is how often they're picked up, how often do we clear them, questions about geofencing. And I realized that when, you know, I had a lot of questions, and when we discussed it, we thought that last mile was a very important aspect of what these scooters are for, those that need it, that last mile of transportation for those that need it. So those are kind of where I'm at. I don't know if you would want to try to answer those or if the company would, but what I'd like to hear is how often they're picked up, they're cleared, and, you know, and then the geofencing I know is kind of hit and miss. We were told that parks and certain specific areas would be geofenced. And, you know, to be very frank, I'm a little bit surprised at the income. I guess I didn't know what to expect, but
Did you think it would be more or less?
I thought it would be more. I really did. I didn't know. And so I'm not overstating that, other than that I just anticipated it would be more to the city. And I think about what our employees are doing and what the impact for the community. I'm just, you know, if it was, the money doesn't drive everything, but it's an aspect of this that has to be considered. So
I appreciate those comments, and I looked at the areas that, I mean, you mentioned the kids. No one under 18 is supposed to ride them anyways.
Oh.
And all the kids I know have electric scooters. I don't know if it's just my neighborhood, but they all have them. If not, a golf cart or whatever else they have in the neighborhood anymore. But I'm concerned about moving forward with it. It's been a struggle working with them, and it's minimal dollars. I wonder how many dollars we spend as a city just trying to manage this and deal with it. Sure, it's way over $1,200, so those are my concerns.
Some of those issues were on the part of the city because we didn't communicate. We had the employee that took over this passed away, and then that didn't get communicated. But we've since asked that certain areas where they're problematic to be geofenced, cemetery, so you're not riding scooters around the cemetery. The Hellhole Trail head has been geofenced, and then the Sullivan Soccer Park, I believe, has been geofenced as well. But that's something that can be done. There's also no ride zones, slow ride zones, and no park zones that we can put in place.
But that's you can put in a fence, but people do what they want to do. Like
No, the vehicle won't go.
No, I get that, but like you said, we're going to cut them off from Sullivan Soccer Park, but they can go on the trail that's in Sullivan Soccer Park. Like, or does it just? I mean, that's the point. That's where we want them ridden, is trails and parks, in my opinion.
Mhm.
I mean, I understand we don't want them on the fields, but if we don't want them on those areas, we might as well not have them.
And I can let the representative from Spin, Fung, can maybe speak to this a little bit better.
Rusty, before you leave, I can maybe just ask one more question to maybe give some context to the rest of the discussion. Have we had reports regarding accidents? And I realize that the city's a different entity, but have we had outreach from many citizens regarding accidents or any other issues that maybe department heads might know or that might help in this discussion to understand what the citizens feel about it?
The only data we really have is from the in-app survey, and those are writers, so it's kind of skewed to the people that are writing. I don't have data on, because they don't specifically say what if it was a spin vehicle versus somebody's personal scooter or device. So I didn't get that when I last spoke about this in our staff meeting with our public safety. They it's something that they deal with. They actually brought up e-bikes of being more of an issue right now than the scooters. That they're not seeing anything specifically about the spin scooters, but they do see. I mean, their accidents happen with bicycles, with any sort of device like this. So I don't have specifics on it, but we do have people that work a little more closer in the Parks Department that are here, and maybe they could speak to that.
Can I ask, somebody from Parks, how big of a nuisance are they as far as you having to move them? And, I mean, I've moved these things personally myself out of the way to ride my bike on a trail, or whatever. So
Paul,
I'm
just
just
state your
curious.
name too.
Yeah, Paul Walker, Leisure Services. As far as accidents, we haven't heard of any accidents on the trails with these. Like you've discussed, it's mostly a nuisance. We have employees that have to move them to get on a trail or to mow a park. That it's just that little bit of extra work that they have to do in their day. Just nothing, overbearing, but we constantly have to move them out of the way before we can do kind of our regular maintenance. That's been the biggest issue. They do seem to collect in the parks more than other places in the city, so we may be skewed a little bit. We'll get phone calls that they're out and they've been there for a couple days, or things like that. I think the parks collects that more than other departments in the city.
All right, Fung, if you'll come forward, you've heard, come on forward, and if you just state your name for the record, and then you've heard some of the discussion. If you just give a little bit of background about Spin, your role, and then just maybe address some of the concerns that the council and staff have brought forward.
Yeah, well, thanks so much for having us, and happy to answer any questions that you may have. So to address the first incident.
And if you just state your name real quick.
Yes, sorry. My name is Fong Bui. I'm the head of government partnerships for Spin. We've been fortunate enough to be operating during the last year. The fee that you had asked about originates from trips that start in Washington City. So we do see some trips that start in St. George and end in the city as well that aren't accounted for as part of the fees. But we do have an all W-2 in-house workforce. We pay benefits to, I think, a lot of folks in the industry, especially when we first started, and many companies now still use 1099 workers, but we think that creates higher quality service. Certainly there's still room for improvements, and I'm definitely going to name a couple of things that we want to implement if we're able to come back for the next term. So in addition to the fee, that particular incident, we worked with the police department in St. George to figure out what might have happened. We realized that there's a particular corner there where the turn is a little tight, and we think that a garbage truck, when they made that turn, may have knocked over a scooter down onto the road. And so as a consequence, we had a no ride zone and a no parking zone put in place in that particular intersection. Very similar. We haven't had any incidents here in Washington City, but it's a learn as we go experience. If we get feedback from community members, or during the last 3 months, getting feedback from the Parks Department about which park or which areas we should be geofencing next, we can work to tailor those. As for the parks, we did geofence Sullivan, for example. Originally had a lot of high ridership in that area. I think if we wanted to resurrect it, if you will, and allow people to ride in the park but not park there, or if there are only certain areas, we can do that. And we can also require.
Fung, it seems like though that they're allowed to ride on the trail adjacent to Sullivan. You've geofenced the park and the sidewalks within the park. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. We do see that sometimes people will ride and park near the entrance outside of the geofencing zone, but of course those could be tailored as well. alternatively with Hellhole right now, the entire trail is geofenced as a no ride zone. So we do see vehicles that are parked right at the entrance. If the city wants to allow folks to ride there, we could make it a no park zone to make sure they're not parked along the trail, but that, once they're riding it and enjoying it, they can park the vehicles.
I think it's just such a steep incline there that it's probably best to dismount. Councilman?
How does that work with the no park zone? Does it just come up on the scooter, you can't park here or something like that?
So we do have an option where people could rent our vehicle without using a smartphone, but all users in Washington City use an app. So it shows up in the app that they can't park there, and the incentive is that they don't want the fees to accrue. While we do sell a flat rate, 1 hour pass, they will continue to accrue fees if they don't park the vehicle properly. So that's an incentive for users to park them in an area that is allowed. In terms of addressing parking locations, in high demand areas, we could also implement what we call a virtual parking zone. So we would either make suggestions for where bike racks are available, or certain parts of the sidewalks or the parks where we know there's enough space that does not impede on other pedestrians, and make those as suggestions for where people could park. I think alternatively, we could also add a 50-cent or $1 incentive, a discount for people to park in certain locations, and encourage them to park in areas where we have vetted and know that that's a proper place to park. The reason why we haven't gone that route is it is one of the largest reasons why it's been a good draw is people want the flexibility of where to park, but we recognize that sometimes there are issues, so we want to balance and make sure we put both incentives and disincentives in place, so that people could use it, have flexibility, but also make sure that they park properly. So I think with the new program right now, we don't require a quiz to test their comprehension of the rules, but we can implement that within a week. So right now we do have educational screens that we require that folks review. We don't have a quiz, but we can turn on the quiz and make sure they actually comprehend the information regarding riding or parking.
Who's your point of contact with the city as of late? I know initially it was Brandon, but as of late, who's been your point of contact on, these areas, on refining your zones, so to speak?
Primarily, we've been communicating with Rusty, but I know she's been chatting with Cole and team.
Okay. Then one other question, then Councilman, if you see you have a question too. Does your data indicate whether or not most of the ridership is recreational, or if there are commuters that are using these?
So I think one of the graphs in your demographics results does show various purposes for why people use our scooter services. While recreational is one of the largest draws, we also see people report using these to connect to public transportation, errands, entertainment, to use during lunchtime if they don't want to hop in a car, in addition to work use, so if they're moving in between different work meetings. So in that graph, you'll see 3 different categories. People who report using various scooters for various purposes on a daily, multiple times per week, or never. But you see that there's a pretty diverse reasons why people use the scooters, but recreational is a huge part, but people are using it for others as well.
Councilman?
Can I ask, how often you guys go around and what the process is to tend to your scooters, because occasionally I see, I think it's somebody in a van that comes around and does some things. How often do you go around and tend the scooters and pick up stray scooters, and what's the process there?
Yeah, absolutely. So we do have 24/7 staff coverage, with the exception of, I think, maybe sometimes during the week we'll have folks call out or folks catch COVID, but for the most part, 24/7 service. We prioritize where to rebalance based on, for example, if it's in a no park zone or in a no ride zone, we'll prioritize those areas first to move the scooters out. In terms of charging, right now we bring the scooters back to charge the vehicles. It really depends on how often each vehicle is used. So for example, if they're around Sullivan, the battery drains quicker. So I'd say every other day. But vehicles, we could pick up. Likelihood is that they'll probably come into the warehouse at least once per week, but it really varies based on how much each scooter has been used. And with, similar to electric vehicles, the battery does drain even if they're not used. So we'll bring them in if they need to be recharged. And then of course, for maintenance, that's through proactive. So each vehicle has 55 sensors. So if we get automatically that, there might be something wrong or something is off, we'll bring those in proactively. In other occasions, it might be a report from a community member or one of the users where we'll bring it in. With the new vehicles that we want to bring, I think they're going through customs next month. So it could be in the next 2 months or so that we bring in these vehicles. These vehicles will have swappable batteries. So it'll be more sustainable for us to swap batteries instead of bring whole vehicles back to the warehouse. But it's much more technologically advanced, more sensors to figure out whether the scooter is in good conditions or not. I do want to call out a couple new safety features as well. We'll be the first ones in the country to get turn signals on these vehicles. They are located in rear facing. So if somebody's using these in the evening, a car rider will be able to see that it's a scooter. The vehicle also will have double kickstands to lower the likelihood that they might be tipped over. And we do have a tip over sensor in the scooter. So we'll be able to know without going out there. I mean, we will go out there, but we can look in our back end and figure out, this vehicle has been tipped over, and then prioritize us going out and reparking the vehicle.
I like that you call it a vehicle. When my kids want a vehicle, I'll help them get a spin membership. A couple things I would mention. I'm not sure that our incentive in this was ever recreational. We weren't super worried about providing a lot of recreation for our residents, but I know when we had the discussion initially, a lot of it was that last mile or first mile transportation. So it's kind of interesting to look at this heat map and see where the rides originate and end at. And granted, there are a lot at Sullivan Park, and we're hoping those people are picking them up and using the trails. But what we don't want to see is people picking them up on a Saturday during a really busy soccer tournament and just riding them around the park. And I think that's what we're looking to address. And I think we recognize that we could have done a better job in spin at the beginning of kind of addressing some of these issues. But when you look at the heat map, there are a lot of people that pick them up around, Walmart and Home Depot, Cottontail Village, Cottontown. I'm constantly showing I'm still new here, so
It is a good name though.
Cottontail
Village, yeah.
We'll work on that.
But you can see a lot of the ridership is in the downtown area. You can see a lot of ridership in our high density areas, and so I think that's what we're hoping, right? Is that people can use that in exchange for their car if they don't have a car, or if they're trying to get to a bus stop. We know our bus routes in Washington are healthy, but they don't go everywhere, and so I think it's just important to remember that too, that maybe we can do a better job fencing everything out as well if we're trying to preserve that transportation mode for people that need it. But just my thoughts.
I'd like to call out that in the heat map that you see, it's actually data from the 9 months of operation, and we'd only recently put in the geofence around Sullivan Park, so we wanted to reflect truly the sort of ridership that happened. But I can also follow up with a heat map of trip end and trip start since we've implemented the geofence around that park, and you can see that data as well.
So I appreciate you being here tonight to answer these questions. My questions are going to be more in the line of how often you go out actually go out and get them, clear them. I know that I've come across people on the trails that have one that is broken, you know, somebody's abused it and broke the shaft on it, or the battery is dead. Does the sensors indicate those things back to you? So if that was just, let me just give you a scenario. Let's say that we have a vehicle that is broken. It notifies you, and then you go to pick that up knowing that it's broken before you get there. Is it that clear, the data?
Yes, we will get the GPS location when the vehicle is not being rented. It's communicated every 30 seconds. While somebody's on the trip, it's communicated every 5 seconds. We try to pick up these vehicles when they're in what we call low battery mode, is 20%. That's so in the event that, you know, if it drains, we will still get GPS pings from the scooter. In the event, let's just say the scooter is completely dead, we will get, we have the location of the last location where it communicated. And so those are areas we typically go out to try and find the vehicle, and hopefully it's still there and somebody hasn't moved it.
So I actually saw your van going down Main Street earlier today. White van with an orange spin sticker on it. So just really a clear idea. You're obviously out and about all the time, 24/7. So if you were, I guess what I'm trying to say and not say it is, I need a sense of security that our city staff and employees don't have to be the front of an ill-placed vehicle or a broken vehicle. So anything that you can say to help me understand that better, I would appreciate it, because our staff, our employees work very hard. It's something that just adds another element to their days. And I just want a really good picture about why it just almost seems like sometimes that the city's been the front line to this when it really should have been spin scooter.
Yeah, so there are a couple ways that we can proactively and reactively address these issues so that staff does not have to spend their time to, you know, pick up scooters. So one is that we require users to submit a photo of their parking job, and most times people are parking them, you know, upright and out of the way. Sometimes they might get knocked over by wind, or if the rain is too strong, or in very, very rare occasions might be a passerby who comes over and might knock it over. In those particular events, we depend on our W-2 employees to patrol areas where we know there our scooters are, because we're either picking them up to bring them to the warehouse, or generally we're looking at how scooters are being deployed or parked throughout the city, and just proactively repark them as needed. And I think with the new scooters coming in, we'll have also better technology to automatically detect, even if we're not out looking at every single vehicle. We do go out now, but we recognize that there are limitations as to, you know, if is each employee seeing 50 vehicles during every shift. So we'll make sure and ask that our team to patrol areas where we see vehicles. And then in terms of proactiveness, we will look at on the back end, we see, for example, if scooters are concentrated, we'll prioritize those areas to make sure that vehicles are properly, if we see more vehicles in a certain area.
Thank you.
Okay, Council. So, and we'll allow for just a little bit more comment here, a little more discussion. But I just wanted to let you know this. I have placed this on the consent agenda, as I will most contracts and things. However, if you want to do anything other than approve this as written or as presented, then I'm happy to see you remove that from the consent agenda. But I'd like to see most of the discussion happen now. We do have adequate time to have further discussion. And before we end, I'd also like to hear more from who would be those direct contacts, Paul and Cole, if they have anything that they'd like to share with that. Before I invite them up, though, I find these heat maps interesting. Certainly Sullivan is high use, Nyson Park is high use, but I also see a fair amount of use on East Telegraph near Ridge Point and on West Telegraph near Walmart and Kohl's and some of those shopping areas. So certainly a lot to consider. Council, further conversation amongst the council before we invite Paul or Cole to come forward?
I just wanted to give some more information about the crash you were talking about, because this is something that came up in our committee meetings. The driver who was unfortunately killed in the accident was actually impaired and was driving over the speed limit. And the St. George PD, the restriction team did a study and found that the visibility wouldn't have been an issue. And so that just kind of gives some more context with that situation. My personal feeling is I go along the trail often, and they're oftentimes in the middle of the trail. And sometimes I've seen multiple spin scooters, like I'll move them off the trail, but I can see that, being a concern, and just with how many people are using the trail system. And I feel like if you own your own scooter, you take care of it better. Whereas, if you're using a spin scooter, people don't seem to take care of them as well. And so it's a tough decision, but I don't know if I'm completely wanting to keep supporting or, approve of this.
So I appreciate those. And the way I look at it is it's just been a headache for our staff. I mean, listening, I get what we've said about, hey, we don't want the Walmart thing. Like, we actually would like to keep that because people are coming from St. George boundaries is just to the west of us. So if we kept it in there, it wouldn't bug me as much. But like you said, it's the trails where I see that they're just cluttered and causing us problems, and our staff is causing us problems, and they were difficult to work with. And it sounds like there was just miscommunication between our staff and theirs. I'm just kind of torn on the subject as well. So I appreciate having the discussion now and make a decision as we move forward. But I don't know if we try it for another year and see if we like it or not based on the promise, but I have not been impressed in the last year. So if I had to go off the record of last year, I'd say, no, let's not move forward. But I do get what Jeremy was saying about not cutting off, because there was like 7.8%, but of people that did it for work. But I don't know if that's one person. I don't know how many they surveyed. I don't know any of that. It just is based on their survey.
It's hard to put context in.
Yeah. So it just, because if it's one person or two people, it's probably not worth all the headache we're going through. But
So for me, I kind of, look at it, is it a recreational thing or is it a transportation thing? And just as a casual observer driving down the road and seeing people using the scooters, it looks more like kids having fun on the scooters. I don't really see many people that are heading to work on the scooter, as a necessary transportation thing. I'm sure there's some, but like Councilman Coates said, I don't know if it's, to me, just as a casual observer, it seems more like a recreational thing for the kids to run around on. And, I'm not sure if I'm all the way there on keeping it or not. So.
Councilman Coates made a good point. Do we have more context on how many people were surveyed? Because looking at this, you've got almost 8% that used it to commute or to work or school, but then you've also got 8.3 that used it to access public transit, and then 8.7 that used it for work use, whether that was a site visit or a meeting, 7.5 that used it for errands. So I see value, unless that's just one person out of each of those bars that were surveyed. So it'd be good to have like an amount of people who were surveyed on that. Because I travel for work, and just about everywhere I go, I've started refusing to rent a car because of the difficult nature of finding a car rental. So I use a ride share. Won't name that ride share service that I use, but like when I go to our office in Florida or a trade show in Baltimore or Philadelphia or somewhere that has these, I'm still going to call them a scooter. Try to call them a vehicle is a little weird for me, but a scooter, because that sounds more enjoyable, right? that's what I use. My office in St. Petersburg from the hotel is 4 city blocks, and I don't like to walk, so I'm gonna open up my app and get a scooter or one of their bikes that they have. So it'd be just interesting to see the results of that survey and how many individuals were, because that is a big concern for not a lot of people, but for those who can't access public transit or have to go a little ways away, unless it's a super burden for our staff. And I think there are ways to mitigate that. The geofencing, like in St. Petersburg, Florida, I can't cruise across. There's a certain parking lot on the way to work that I can't, it stops the scooter from me going. Like I have to get off the scooter and actually pick it up and walk it across the parking lot or go around. So I think there are ways to mitigate that. Maybe we reserve the trail systems for those who have their own e-bikes and electric scooters, and geofence the trails and try it for another year like you suggested.
I'd like to hear from our park staff, and just, I know it puts you on the spot, but what's your recommendation? Do you want to try it for another year?
Yeah,
or do you-
that's actually
That's where I was
what
going to.
Paul and then Cole, and then after we hear from feedback from you, Rusty will just give you a minute, and then Fung will give you the last word on answering some of those data questions and contract. Okay.
Honest recommendation, if it was all up to you, what would you do?
So if the city chose to approve this, I would be the point of contact going forward. Rusty's done some work with improving some of the situations with this new contract. I think some of the problem we had before, like we said, was communication. We've asked for a local point of contact. Some of the things that would help the parks out too is if we could coordinate with them and designate the parking areas. That would help us out. Then we know the parks really well. We can say, this isn't used very well. This may be a good spot for it. Things like that would help out what we do immensely. We'll support the council either way. I got to tell you, the feedback we get mainly relates to the clutter and the unsightliness of them laying around.
Paul, do you think it would help if there were less scooters?
That's a good question. I think the places we have scooters, such as Sullivan and our parks, we've got a lot of scooters. Excuse me, but I think that's necessitated because of the need. Those are the parks that are popular, and that's where the rides are generating. And it seems like on the heat map, it's a lot of our parks. Even out in, I think Treasure was high on the heat map, and Sienna, even those parks, it's high on the heat map for where the rides are generating.
And the data showed that a lot of those trips were done by visitors, not necessarily residents. So that lends us to think that it's more recreational. But I think you're doing a pretty good job dodging that Councilman Henderson's question. I mean, it was pretty good. But
we didn't want your political answer. We
He's
wanted
a
your real answer.
future politician.
He asked him to act like a council member. He did a great job.
Answered the question without answering it.
Maybe you'll just tell us your name for the record.
And we can get the real answer out of Cole.
Cole Staley, Leisure Services. We've already got a politician in the family, so I remember taking a writing class during my military service. And the one thing I remember is they said, bottom line up front. So I'm going to be very direct in answering your question, and I'm not going to sugarcoat it. My recommendation is no, that we not renew that contract. Now, with all due respect to Fong and to Spin, for some it has provided a good service. My issue has been a couple of things. When I took that responsibility from Brandon, I reached out and tried to find a local point of contact, or a point of contact period, that I would be working with as the city's primary representative. It wasn't until Rusty brought that to my attention, probably months later, because that primary point of contact locally was no longer with the organization. We've had some good Zoom meetings with Fong and some of the other staff, Spin staff from around the country. it is still my understanding that our point of contact is based out of Salt Lake City. That doesn't make me feel really comfortable when we have local issues. Again, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I believe, and I wasn't here when the city contracted initially, but there were some agreements that were not met. Whether there was some staff turnover or whatever the case, Washington City did not receive timely data and updated reporting as was agreed upon in the contractual agreement. Payment had not been made for months as they had agreed to in the contractual agreement. It wasn't until Rusty and I got together and started that discussion that we were starting to get some cooperation, but even then there was a lapse in urgency on SPIN's behalf to provide those items until we started talking about termination of the lease agreement. Now, they have stepped up, but this is just a snapshot. The data that you receive has been very recent. We don't have any data for virtually the first 9 months of this contractual agreement. So how do we really know, based on this small sampling that we're receiving right now, how accurate that is for you as city officials to make a determination whether it's good or whether it's not? Also, the contractual agreement very specifically lists objectives for micromobility in our city. Recreation is not listed as one of those objectives, and yet that's the primary use. Those objectives are, if I recall correctly, lower emissions, cut down on the amount of traffic, some of those types of things. I realize there are some who are in need of this service, but we're not a Baltimore or a Philadelphia or a St. Petersburg, Florida, or even a St. George, where there's a university and a downtown and an area where spin scooters, I believe, would be a better resource. We are a spread out community. From an active transportation committee view, I'm concerned about the increase scooter traffic on the trails, because e-bikes have also become very, very popular. We have joggers and walkers who are fearful of all of the wheel traffic that we now have on our trail systems. And so that's a concern for me, just from a safety standpoint. But
Can I ask you a question?
sure.
So the one piece that keeps getting me is that the Walmart, because people don't know where our city boundary is, and like that's what's eating at me. Besides that, I could take them out of our parks, I could take them out of our trails, but the Walmart area and that Home Depot, if people are coming from St. George and hit that Walmart, like that's the only thing that's holding me back from, like, the rest of them I would just say let's just not do it, because it's just been a nightmare for our employees and our staff, and we see it's a mess. Like you said, maybe there's too many scooters out there, maybe that's some of the problem. But that Walmart, I'm like, I bet there's people coming from the west side of St. George over to the west side of our town, and it doesn't make sense to keep them in maybe only that area. But
So I kind of agree with Cole. When I've gone to Salt Lake or California or some of these other places, I mean, you see guys in suits and a briefcase going down the road on one of these. I have never seen that here, not even once. I have never even seen anybody with groceries going, never. So I don't know if it is that big of a deal for Walmart, I mean, I don't recall ever seeing anybody going down the road on a spin scooter with a couple grocery bags, but
I think
I
we
don't
should
know.
do it as a group.
We should.
It's hard to balance if you
I
don't have
know.
both hands.
So for me, I can totally see what Councilman Martinson's saying, if you go to, more of a bigger city and, you're trying to go around downtown rather than renting a car, I can see how it's would really be valuable, but I'm just not feeling it, to be honest.
So quick question, Cole, I don't know if this falls to you, but in the briefing document, I'm not exactly sure who wrote the spin briefing document, but it says in there that there was an option to cancel to renegotiate a new contract. So the option to cancel, is that a staff recommendation, or was that just strategic so that we'd cancel the agreement and then renegotiate a new agreement?
I'll go ahead and let Rusty address that. I did want to make one more note though on scooters and parks. It is against city ordinance. Skateboard, scooters, those types of things.
Right,
So
in the park.
in the parks themselves, correct.
Thank you, Cole.
With some exceptions, Councilwoman Casperson had worked with us to update that. Before Rusty starts her commentary, one issue that we work on is there's other scooter companies that are also trying to operate within the city's rights of ways. And one of the objectives we had here was to make it exclusive so we could turn all the others away. If the council doesn't choose to go with spin, we're going to have pressure and access requests from other companies. And one of the challenges is it is public right away, and we're trying to fend those off by saying, look, we've got a deal struck with somebody that we've already used and that we know. That's all I'll say on that point, is just we're trying to lock it up and guarantee who we work with so that it's not an open ball field for anybody that comes.
And I know this council has read the information provided, but as I read through the contract, what the ask is another 1-year contract with 2 additional year renewals, which either party could terminate 60 days in advance. So I just want to make sure that that's on the record and clear. But Rusty, do you have anything else to add before we bring Fung back up?
Just to clarify a few things, and then talk about some of the things that we implemented in the new contract to try to address some of the issues that we had. So the first one is we did send in a cancellation letter for the current agreement. So agreement number 1 was canceled within 60 days. We did do that because we had a hard time getting. We didn't have good communication. We were seeing problems when I talked with Cole and Paul. They had negative feedback about what was going on. And then when I had followed up with getting dashboards and getting some information from Spin, that wasn't really forthcoming. So we thought, well, let's cancel it. We did have few conference calls with them since then. And these were the things. So one was we'd like Spin to be more proactive. They had initially in the first contract said that they would do a report once a year. We'd like that to be quarterly, along with their quarterly remittance payments. The record stayed the same. And I'm on the agreement number 3, Spin's obligations. The in-app survey, that was so that they'll work with Washington City. So the survey that they have is something that Spin created, but they are willing to work with Washington City. If we want to ask some of those specific questions, we can do that. It's an in-app survey. So we could do a survey in tandem with that, with the general public, so we're not getting a skewed result. So that's an option as well that we discussed. They also have the option to announce in-app civic announcements like Cotton Days or parades or closures of roads, things like that. They'll announce those so that people are aware of those. I don't know how effective that would be, but that was one thing that they had suggested that we put in there. And then the big one that Cole talked about was the direct local point of contact. We want a direct local point of contact with that will respond within 24 hours for any problems, because this was an issue. We had feedback about them being on the trails. And then also we want them to coordinate with the city, and they have started to do that already. We need to just continue that. And I know Paul will do a great job with that. And those were the only ones that were changes in there.
Wonderful. Thank you, Rusty. Thank you for your work. Fong, we've got a hard stop at 5:30. Let's give you about 5 minutes, and then we'll go up to that hard stop and let the council give any final thoughts.
Yeah, well, again, thanks for your time. I want to address one of the questions earlier. The survey that we took, there were 241 participants. Of those, 21 were residents of Washington City. And I do want to call out, while we had included the demographic survey in the new contract proposal. We had voluntarily proposed that during the last couple of months. And to be quite honest, I took over in May, and so I'd had the last couple of months to work with Rusty and Cole. With regards to the trail, we were asked to geofence that about a month ago, and so we're hoping to have even maybe 2 months to see if you see improvements. If you no longer see scooters on the trail, use that the next 2 months as an indicator of how we could be under new management. And then, of course, we have our local staff here who will respond. So
Wonderful. Any additional
you.
questions for the representative?
Yeah, we got
Councilman.
2. I'm trying to think what the second one is. So if we decide not to move forward with this agreement, what happens if St. George moves forward with theirs? Is there geofencing in place that stops the scooters from coming into Washington City? And then does that mean we'll have an abundance of scooters on our border between Washington City and St. George City? Because that will be an issue as well.
yeah, so if we're no longer permitted in Washington City, we could put a no ride zone and no park zone around the entire perimeter of Washington City. And essentially, if somebody tries to cross the border and ride here, they first get a sound on the scooter in the app. They also get a notification, you're in a no ride zone, please turn around. And alternatively, if they try and park and end their trip, they'll say, you're in a no park zone, you cannot park here, please turn around. And then again, the incentive is if you don't turn around and park it in an area where it is allowable, which would be St. George, they would continue to accrue the fees. So we could implement a geofence but yes, for cities where we are not permitted to operate in multiple jurisdiction, we do see vehicles that are around the border. In that case, if we see a trend in clutter or saturation, we just have our team go out and make sure we rebalance to make sure there are enough vehicles. I think alternatively in Washington City, I think if saturation is an issue now, what we can suggest is, voluntarily with our team, for example, not stage more than 5 vehicles within 200 feet of each other. That helps with saturation and make sure that they're more dispersed. And then just work with the community to make sure we only deploy where there's going to be demand or if they're going to be used. And if they're not used, then we're not going to deploy there.
I don't have a question for the applicant, but I do have a statement. Mayor, did you want me to wait until?
Any further questions for the applicant and the representative?
Do you have agreement with other cities that are surrounding St. George?
No, just St. George and Washington City at the moment. Yeah.
Would it be possible for you to include Walmart as a destination, even though it's outside of St. George?
If that's what the city wants and you permit it, then we could do that. Yes.
I'm not sure if that's what the council, I'm gonna let the council decide on that, but I know that was the topic when we're thinking about needs versus.
Yeah, so we can certainly geofence out, portions of the city where you don't want to see ridership, and then alternatively where you do want to see ridership, we can keep it open as a service area.
Further questions for Fong? Councilman Ivey.
So
thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
So when the city enters into an agreement or contract with a for-profit organization, in my mind, the ultimate responsibility is on the company or organization to prove up on what they've contracted with us and to provide everything that they say that they're going to. This is not our own businesses that we get to say. We have to represent the citizens of Washington, what their best interests are. Having said that, I don't think that they have held up the contract in a reasonable way in my mind. I feel like that, me personally, I feel like holding them accountable, and like for that is where I'm leaning. I think that, Council Segmiller makes a good point about the responsibilities of rights of way within our city. But having a group come back again and apply again with a clean slate, I'm very open to that. But after weighing everything, and I know this isn't customary to say this beforehand, but where it's in a consent agenda item, I just want the council to know where I'm at. I do appreciate Spin and the product they provide, but I don't feel it met the standard of what we expected as a city or that I expected as the individual citizen.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other comments? Anything else before I call for a motion to adjourn? All right, I'll call for that motion.
Make a motion, we adjourn.
Motion by Councilmember Coates,
Second.
second by Councilmember Martinson. All in favor?
Aye.
We are adjourned. We'll see you back here before 6 o'clock. I'd like to welcome everyone out to our Washington City Council regular meeting this evening. Today is August 24th, 2022. We are here in the Washington City Council chambers. This meeting is also broadcast live on our YouTube station at washingtoncity.org/meetings. Our invocation this evening will be offered by Sharon Shores of the Universal Life Church Ministries. We appreciate her being here this evening. We appreciate her involvement with the Interfaith Council. And if you'd like to take a few minutes and moments and tell us about yourself and your organization, and then offer that invocation.
Okay, so the Interfaith Council has been around for about 12 to 15 years. It was started by Tim Martin, and we have about 20 different faiths, including, some of the Muslim faith and the Jewish faith, as well as Baha'i, as well as Christian, as well as, the Mormon or the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. So we've got a whole variety, and we meet once a month, and we support the Crop Walk, which is a community event, which is coming up in November, I believe, the second week in November, as well as we do other things too. We support some of the concerts that are held here in St. George area. And we meet every month, and we try to support a lot of the nonprofits. So I'm on the Habitat for Humanity board. I'm on the Memory Matters board. I'm a registered nurse by education, but I do a lot of things in the community with that, and it's just a great community to live in. I moved here 4 years ago from Denver, Colorado. And my husband and I retired here. I enjoy pickleball 2 or 3 times a week and golfing 2 or 3 times a week. In fact, I just came off the golf course at Ledges, rushed home and showered and said, time to get in here. All right, and with that, let's bow our heads. Thank you on behalf of all who are gathered here. Thank you, Heavenly Father, for your many abundant blessings for life itself, for the measure of health that we need to fulfill our callings, for sustenance and for friendship. Thank you for the ability to be involved in useful work and for the honor of bearing appropriate responsibilities in all areas of our life, in leadership, in community, in friends, in family. Thank you for loving us from the boundless and gracious nature that you are. We thank you for the governing authorities in our communities all across America, knowing that you have established these various authorities to promote peace, order, and justice. Therefore, we pray for all the leaders in our communities, for the various levels of city officials, and in particular for this assembled council. I pray for the leaders all across the world, in countries and people all over the world. So tonight I'm asking you that would graciously grant these leaders set before us wisdom to govern amid conflicting interests and issues of our times, a sense of the welfare and true needs of the people, a keen thirst for justice and rightness, confidence in to do what is fitting and right, the ability to work together in harmony even when there is honest disagreement, and personal peace in their lives and joy in their task before them. I pray for the agenda set before them today. Please give the assurance of what would please you and what would benefit those that live in and around our beautiful Washington County. In your name we pray, amen.
Amen. Sharon, thank you so much. What a pleasure to meet you, and what a great message and what a great prayer. Thank you so much. If you'd all please rise, I've asked Councilmember Martinson to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. All right. Council, we do not have a need to go into closed session this evening. At this time, I'll call for a motion to approve the agenda as outlined.
Mayor, I'll make a motion we approve the agenda as outlined, but removing item 4E from the consent agenda.
Great. If you don't mind, Councilman, let's remove that when we get to item 4.
Okay.
We'll remove it then. So have a motion by Coates.
Second that.
Second by Martinson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The agenda is approved. let's do a few quick announcements. An exciting new business is having a ribbon cutting tomorrow at 1 p.m. That is Settlers Point Luxury RV Resort. That's up off the exit 13 interchange. And so this is our good friend Dean Terry has opened that resort up and has invited the community and the city leaders to be out there tomorrow at 1 p.m. So hope to see you there. And then just with Labor Day coming up, the city office will be closed on September 5th in observance. And then the last announcement that I have is that one that I have been in complete denial that this day would ever come, and that is that our Public Works Director of, I believe, 24 years is counting down the days. And anyway, we've arranged for a open house for Mike Shaw as he transitions into many projects that I'm sure are in front of him. But that open house is scheduled for September 13th from noon until 2 p.m. And we felt like it was only fitting that that would be down at the Public Works complex that he built, and specifically in the water building. So I look forward to seeing each of you there on September 13th at noon. We'll give a few remarks at 12:30. Council, are there any other announcements that I'm not aware of?
Mayor, I've got more of a save the date, but it's for the Washington City Arts Council. They're cordially inviting everyone to attend their second annual art gala. It's September 24th, Saturday from 6 to 8 p.m. at the Brio Clubhouse, where they want you to come and meet and mingle with the artists from Washington, Utah, admire their stunning 2D and 3D art, and enjoy hors d'oeuvres and live music. It is from 6 to 8 on Saturday, September 24th at the Brio Clubhouse.
Fantastic. And Recorder, if you wouldn't mind putting that on the council and mayor calendar, please. Anything else?
I just want to remind everyone about the Washington Area Chamber of Commerce movie and music night at Veterans Park, August 31st. And I don't have the time in front of me, so.
Probably at dark?
At 6.
Perfect. Did I hear the movie? I'm trying to remember what they're showing. Sandlot, okay.
Yeah.
It's fitting with the Little League World Series, and it's great.
And the band is really good. The band I've heard.
Okay.
It's called Identity Crisis. They do really good classic rock and contemporary stuff. They're very good. Perfect. I have to put a plug. My wife works with one of the band members, so.
All right. Sounds like a good evening. Moving on to item number 3, are there any declarations of abstentions and or conflicts? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to the consent agenda. And again, if there's an item that would like to be removed, it sounds like there is, I'll just ask that a motion to approve the consent agenda withholds that particular item, and then we'll discuss that one separately after the consent agenda. Item 4 is consent agenda. 4A is consideration to approve the minutes from City Council meeting of 8/10/22. 4B, consideration to approve a final plat for Majestic Court located at approximately Noble and High Desert Drive. 4C is consideration to approve a special event application with road closures for Pineview High School's homecoming. And that parade will be October 12th at 7 p.m. Item 4D is consideration to approve the sale of surplus vehicles as you've reviewed in your packet. And item 4E is consideration to approve the spin scooter cooperative agreement that we discussed extensively in the work session before this meeting. Council, is there any brief discussion before I call for a motion to approve the consent agenda with removal of any items that you may want to remove?
The only question I have is on surplus vehicles. Are you comfortable with replacing those, or are we? I'm just saying we've been hiring a lot of employees, and I'd hate to get rid of one of the newer vehicles if we needed them.
Yeah, these are all ready to be surplused.
Okay, thank you.
Further brief conversation? I'll call for motion to approve the consent agenda with the opportunity to omit any items you feel like should be discussed separately.
Mayor, I Motion that we approve the consent agenda with the exception of item E. We pull that out and discuss that separately.
Great. Have a motion by Councilmember Henderson,
I'll second that, Mayor.
second by Councilmember Ivy. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The consent agenda items 4A through 4D are approved. Council, I'll open up the discussion now on item 4E. And again, we did have about an hour-long presentation discussion in the prior meeting and have had the information in our packets for some time. And this is a consideration to renew a contract with Spin Scooter. And the council has done a lot of work and deliberation on this. And so I'm happy to listen to any discussion on that, or if you're feeling comfortable bringing forward a motion.
Mayor, if there is no discussion, council, then I would make a motion to deny the Spin Scooter Cooperative Agreement. And the reasons that I would cite is that the contract wasn't adhered to the way that the city would have liked. And it's created a lot of extra work for our staff and has created some safety concerns regarding them being left around in areas that are unsafe, that there wasn't follow-up from the original contract with geofencing and with proper maintenance and cleanup. That's my motion.
All right, we have a motion to deny item 4E by Councilmember Ivy. Would anyone like to second that motion?
I'll go ahead and second that motion.
I have a second by Councilmember Martinson. All in favor of denying item 4E, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 4E is denied. We'll move on to item number 5, which I'm actually really excited about. My two new best friends are here. We hugged in the hall, okay? They have Jean Rigg and Karen Schumann. They're both members of the Daughters of the American Revolution. And before I move on to this mayoral proclamation, I have to give credit where it's due. And that is to these individuals and to their organization who brought this forward. So if you'd please, I'm going to take this mayoral privilege and invite you to come forward, introduce yourselves, tell us a little bit about your organization. And at the conclusion of that, I'll read the proclamation and let you know and let the group know what Washington City is doing. Come on forward, Karen and Jean.
Just to let you know a little bit about the DA. Most people
Pull that mic right over there.
Most people probably don't realize it, but Utah was one of the first ones that started the DAR. And here we are out in the West, and you think it would be more people in the East. But ours started in 1897. So we've been around a long time. Not necessarily our chapter, because our chapter is just now 25 years old. But anyway, so we have over 100 members, and you have to do your lineage back to someone who was in the Revolutionary War, either that they were in it or they provided, cattle or something that related to the Revolutionary War. And so that's how you get into it. And all of these bars are mine. I have 16 that I have actually located and got all the information back to that original person. So anyway, Jean, you want to add anything?
I'm just a newbie, but I'm from New Jersey, where the Revolutionary War was waged, a part of it. But the part that I'm from is from Morristown, New Jersey. It's north central. And George Washington and his troops actually spent 2 winters in Morristown, New Jersey. That's where I was born. So lots of patriots back there.
Well, Jean, you should feel right at home in Washington because our city was named after George Washington.
Of course, but I'm not from Virginia.
Anyway, the history of Constitution Week and how it got started with the DAR was in 67th anniversary of Constitution Week. And it is September the 17th through the 23rd. And DAR made its own resolution, for Constitution Week, which was adopted April 21st, 1955. And following the passage of the resolution in both houses of Congress, President Eisenhower issued his proclamation on August the 19th, 1955, and the first observance of Constitution Week was so successful that on January the 5th, 1956, Senator Noland introduced a Senate joint resolution to have the president designated September the 17th through the 23rd annually as Constitution Week. And this resolution was adopted July the 23rd, 1956, and it was signed into law, a public law of 9/15, August the 2nd, 1956. So I just want to let you know the background of how Constitution Week began and how we are trying to carry it forward. This year, we hope to have 14 out of the 15 cities to give us a proclamation. So we're still working on that one, but anyway, I don't know where it's at, whether it's going to ever happen or not. But anyway, you're part of the group and you're making this happen for us with the proclamation.
No, we're absolutely thrilled about it. Now tell me those dates again. Is it September 11th to the 17th or 17th to the 23rd?
23rd.
Great.
Yeah. So I have a little thing that you can have too, and maybe put that somewhere too. I don't know whether you have someplace else that you can stick that one, but then you can tell about the other part that's going to be happening.
Yeah,
All right?
absolutely. Is there anything else you ladies would like to share?
These. If you would like to
Yes,
have one, I'm going to pass it
please.
To all your members and your city manager and these two fellas up here. I don't know what their positions are, but they need one too.
We have very important positions, our city attorney and our community development director. So
probably already knows about all this stuff.
I think
City attorney.
if I had to guess, I would say that each of these staff members and council are quite familiar with this document.
Okay.
Mayor, can I ask a question?
Please, Councilman.
I'm very curious about your ribbons. Can you tell us a little bit about those,
Well,
what they represent?
The ones they have a name on each one of my ones that are the bars, because I said that's the ones that actually either fought or did something towards the revolution, and I had to go back in my genealogy to find what all the way back from me to them and to source the whole thing. But some of them are the Utah, and I came from Colorado when I was a member and first became a member, so I have one for that. And most of my actually men came from Virginia, so this big one right here is representing Virginia. So anyway.
Thank you.
Okay, so Washington, we will do our celebration of the Constitution on September 17th at 1:30 p.m. until 2:30 p.m. And we'll do it right here in the gazebo at Veterans Park. And we have a great speaker lined up for that. It is the vice chair of the Utah Republican Party will be there. And then at 2:00, we will join those other municipalities in ringing the bell. So we're excited about that. And if you don't mind, Karen and Jean, I'm going to go ahead now and read that resolution, and we'll do so very proudly with the full support of this council and staff here. Whereas September 17th, 2022 marks the 235th anniversary of the drafting of the Constitution of the United States of America by the Constitutional Convention. And whereas the Constitution is the guiding document of the greatest nation in the history of the world and a template that other nations have replicated. And whereas the Constitution protects American citizens from government intrusion, ensuring rights that are guaranteed by God and that cannot be stilled by man. And whereas the Constitution establishes the United States of America as a constitutional republic where citizens are represented by those whom they elect. And whereas the Constitution has withstood the test of time and continues to inspire peoples and nations around the world. Now, therefore, I, Cress Staley, Mayor of Washington City, do hereby express sincere gratitude and reverence for the Constitution of the United States of America and designate the week of September 17th through September 23rd, 2022 as Constitution Week in Washington City, and call upon all citizens and civic organizations to recognize and celebrate this foundational and divine document. Let us teach it. Let us learn it, live by it, and hold our elected officials to its standard. May it guide our nation for centuries to come. In witness thereof, and wherefore, I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the Great Seal of Washington City, Utah, this 24th day of August, 2022. Thank you for your leadership, and thank you for letting us be a support and to be a part of that. We really appreciate you. You're welcome to stay, but I think the heavy lifting's been done. Okay, we'll move on to item 6, public hearings. And I'll make note that the mayor and council received no electronic public comment prior to this meeting on any of the 3 items that will have public hearings. Just by raise of hand, are there any in the audience who are not an applicant who are here to speak to any of these items? Okay, seeing no public here to speak to these items, I'm going to forego the part where I say that you speak and we listen. We'll answer questions afterwards. So we'll move on to item 6A. This is public hearing and consideration to approve an ordinance for general plan amendment G-22-02 from estate residential to very low density located at 2050 East Washington Dam Road. The applicants are Richard Rogers and Paul Biggs. Community Development Director Drew Ellerman will present on this item.
Thank you, Mayor. As stated, applicant is seeking to amend the general plan use map in the area as stated on the Washington Dam Road. The requested area covers approximately 4.82 acres. The current land use designation is estate residential. The applicant is seeking approval to have the land use designation changed to very low density residential for the possibility to develop the area into a future residential project. The very low density residential designation carries a density ratio of 1.5 to 2.5 dwelling units per acre. It allows for the R115 or greater zoning designations. The surrounding general plan use designations are estate residential to the north and east, industrial to the west, and not yet determined to the south. Staff has reviewed the requested change and is comfortable with the proposal, even though it would be the only designation for very low density in this particular area and in the immediate surrounding vicinity. Everything else is either a state or industrial designation. The Planning Commission reviewed the request at their August 3rd, 2022 meeting. The Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval for G-22-02 to amend the general plan land use map from the current estate residential to the proposed very low density residential designation as outlined and shown in the exhibit that would be on to you, the City Council. And I'll be glad to answer any questions that the council might have on this proposed general plan amendment.
Questions for staff?
Drew, I just have one question on the estate. The allowances per acre is 0.45 and 1.16 per acre still the estate guidelines for acreage?
No, it would go up a little bit on that. So like I say, I'll
wondering if this was accurate. If it was older, I was trying to find them.
Yeah, the estate is 0.45 to the 1.6, and then the very low density lets you go up from 1.5 to 2.5.
So that's
Drew, is the industrial to the south built? Is it built yet?
No, the industrial is actually, let me pull up that. We'll bring it up on the city view and
I'm sure it's been discussed. My question is just, when we put very low density next to industrial, is that, if it's built already and people understand what they're doing, that's one thing, but if they come in later, recognizing there's industrial right next to their property, is that going to pose a concern? Typically, we don't love doing that.
No, but right, like I say, right now we have the state right next to it. So we're just jumping a little bit. This is, I'll point out the particular parcel we're looking at, which I'll highlight it here. I'm surprised it didn't. There it is. That one in blue is the one we're kind of looking at. And then I'm going to turn on the filter of general plan.
Can you turn on the?
Is that
so? What is the green represents? What
the green is the estate, right? And this was kind of an earmark. They just kind of when they did the general plan years ago, but because of the nature of what the people next door do, it really fit more industrial because of their business. But even though they do live on the property, but because of the nature of their business, and they came into us, to my understanding was from the county anyway, that existing home and business there came to us through the annexation process. So this is precursor to my time. This, back in the early 2000s, and it's kind of been this way ever since. So they're just wanting to change this to very low density, get it a little bit better lot average out of it. So
we will end up having low density single family homes next to an area that's zoned industrial. I don't have a problem if the residents understand that, but what's there now may not be there forever. They could come in and redevelop that into any industrial use. And I recognize it's all along that border, but I'm just bringing it up as a question.
Yeah, so we go to the zoning now, and it's the property next door is RA1 was the zoning they gave it. So the industrial zoning is, you can see over here, just off 1900. So the property we're looking at, again, I can't, you need to go back and still highlight it.
So RA1 is,
and there's your zoning, residential agricultural.
Yeah, but the one means
1 acre minimums.
And then they're requesting.
They're wanting to go to the very low density, which you can drop down to R115. Now in the estate, leaving it estate, you're still allowed to ask for a zone change of RA half. So the 15 is only, what is that, 6,000 square feet under that. So
help me understand this. It's general plan industrial, but it's not zoned industrial. It's zoned RE.
The piece to the east.
But what's
west
is the property, and I'm thinking what the city manager is, but the property to the west, is its current use consistent with its zoning? Is it RA1 or is it an industrial type use right now? Because zoning should be what it's used for now, and general plan should be what we envision it, what the council envisions it to be used in the future.
Right.
It seems like the current use is more consistent than what the general plan says for that industrial area.
And it is, and that's just, again, one of those things, how this happened. This has been like this for, 16 to 20 years. No changes have happened out there. I wasn't here to couldn't give you even all the full history on that, other than I know that a lot of this just came into us, from the county, and that might have been what their zoning is. But when they did the general plan back in 04, 05, for some reason they took a line over there, and I think it generated from the north down, and maybe these folks thought, well, maybe in the future we may want to go industrial. So I think they handed out, when they did that general plan, it wasn't an amendment, it was a whole new plan.
Out of the current property owners, it was already there since 2004.
I'm pretty sure that these folks have been there since, I know this particular group has.
How did they get that? If the zoning's RA1, how did they get their industrial use out there? How did it get through our process?
Well, that's the question that we don't know. It's that old.
So
this has been like this for...
Shouldn't we do a corrective zone on it or something?
So maybe this helps answer my question. After looking at this, we would have to rezone those areas to industrial in order for somebody to put industrial in that area, even though it's general planned that way. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, if they wanted to come in, I'll just pick this house. Let's just stay right here. That's right next to it, this RA5. that I'm kind of circling the arrow around. That they live there. I don't know if they run a business out of their home, but I don't think that they do. But if they wanted to do industrial use, the general plan's ready for them to come in and make that change. If they wanted to, go live somewhere else and turn that into an industrial business, they would come in for a zone change. Now, I'm going to just give you a little history also what happened. In fact, some of you were probably around when this happened. This property to the north here, they came in, it was split. It was a property before we did this subdivision of, can't remember what the name on it is, but previous owners came in and it was split between estate and industrial. They wanted to come and and it was zoned, I think, RA something else. It wasn't RA1. Or no, it was RA1 at the time. But they wanted to come in and do the west side of it, industrial, and do a man cave kind of project. Oh, yeah. And then they were going to put acre lots on the east side because it was a big piece that was all open. They got denied their industrial zone change because the folks all showed up around it, didn't want it. The council kind of heard that and didn't let that piece right where my arrow is, roughly up there, go to industrial. And that kind of goes with what the question's being asked right now. So that would be the same thing down here, even though it's general planned. These properties right here, this RA1 and this RA5, doesn't mean you have to let them go to the industrial.
So zoning and general planning do not correct the past. So past and prior uses, we call them non-conforming uses. If it was happening before a zone was adopted, regardless of conflict between the use and the zone designation, that use can persist and continue. The goal with zoning and general planning is to plan for the future, to project what we'd like it to become.
So the vesting comes at zoning, not general plan?
Correct.
Vesting of the new use or the prior use?
New.
Yeah, the new use would be at zoning. The prior use is vested as a non-conforming use. It can't be expanded on what it has historically been, but we can't shut it down just by adopting a zone and applying it to an area that had not conformed previously.
Okay.
But let me ask this question. If it's zoned RA1, if they proposed a new layout on that site, they would have to stick to the RA1, correct? Unless they go get a zone change.
Well, yeah. Yes. And if they're going to change it, they've got to come and answer all your questions.
Yeah, right now they could come in and propose a subdivision to you. All the lots would have to be 1 acre minimum and put an entire road. And this is the problem we've had. I was really shocked when I first started working here, and this particular area stood out to me with these long, skinny lots off of Washington Dam Road. I don't know what happened back then. And again, it came in through the county that way. I do know that much, but I don't know what the thought process was, but they were narrow and deep as could be. And which I've never seen that many consistently for acre after acre after acre out there. And that's where the, kind of what the situation comes in here with this, to go to a 1 acre lot, that narrow would have to be very long as well. So the lots aren't very useful that way, if that makes sense.
It's one of my concerns is if they're changing it, how do they even lay it out in the future to try to get more lots? I mean, I think we would have to have a full city road or at least a
Well, there will have
road.
to be, yeah. There's going to have to be a road that goes back so far, and it's like I'll pull this one out. I'm going to just show you here in this R130. That's another one of the estate, but I'm going to take the zoning off for a second, and you can see that this road right here was brought in as a stub road because of the depth, and so we've told them to kind of work with other property owners, but they can put in a road that crosses over and kind of helps. Because your cul-de-sac cannot be any longer than 650 feet. That's just what the city code is. So they'll have to be putting a stub road in here. And because of that as well, they want the smaller lots to help kind of compensate for that road work that has to go. It has to be a full-blown city road.
It looks like there's a road already there. It's called 2125 East. Is that a city road? Along the east side of this property.
I don't see a roadway.
Well, it's on our GIS.
Oh, this right here?
No, to your right. The property we're talking about is to the right.
Right, the property is right here, but I don't see
Right where?
somebody's driven a dirt road back there. There's no, because there is a property.
But that's not the property.
There's this property back to the back, and somebody sold this off, but it's not a dedicated road to the city.
I don't necessarily have any issue. I think it meets what we're looking to do. Just a general comment, we took this from the county, and I don't think Washington Dam Road is one we hold up as a model of proper, perfect zoning, but we do have people that complain because there's residential next to industrial areas, and
It's a
I'm
beautiful new
not sure
road.
what we can do about that. There's nice homes, nice industrial.
And that's part of the rub.
together.
The historic use could be described as a homeowner that has industrial, manufacturing, and livestock use, right? Like that's what most of these were, is a house with kind of a few acres of their business and their hobby all patched together. Most of the houses are building in despite that, but it's difficult to plan it perfectly based on how we received it.
Well, it's certainly an area that has a history and some character. Are the applicants' representatives here this evening? Okay, I'll give you an opportunity at this after the public hearing, if you don't mind, unless you'd like to speak now. Okay, this time I'll open the public hearing on this item. Would anyone like to speak to item 6A on this ordinance for a general plan amendment? Seeing no one wanting to speak to this item, I will close the public hearing, and I will invite the applicant or the applicant's representative to come forward and speak to the council if they would like, answer any questions the council has. And you know the routine, I don't even have to remind you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I appreciate your time. My name is Rick with Bush and Gudgel, and just want to second what Drew has said about this, and just answer with Jeremy's question about, the adjacent project is already being used as industrial, so there shouldn't be any question there about what the adjacent use is. Anyway, we're excited about the project, and to Councilman Coates' question about the road through there, we have kind of preliminary laid out some items there, and we're very familiar with the city requirements, maximum road lengths, and it's a full 50-foot road and all of that. And so we're excited about getting the project done, and want to answer any questions if you have any. So
Thank you, Rick. Questions for the engineer?
So just to get an idea, it's 175 feet wide roughly and 1,200 feet long. So you're thinking 4, 5, 6 lots?
something like that. Drew always tells us not to go too deep into the details here at this stage.
I'm just trying to get
it's in that ballpark, yeah.
Somewhere, something like that. Okay, and a road, kind of a long road down there, and then some.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, nice.
And we're working with the adjacent landowner to get a second access as well. So, having a road that long, we don't want to just limit it to one access. So,
wonderful. Further questions for the applicant or staff? Thank you, Rick. Council, any discussion on this item? If not, I'm happy to call for a motion on item 6A.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve an ordinance for general plan amendment G-22-02 from estate residential to very low density located at 2050 East Washington Dam Road.
I have a motion to approve this ordinance of a general plan amendment by Councilman Ivy. Do I have a second?
I'll second that, Mayor.
I have a second by Councilman Henderson. This is an ordinance, so we'll go roll call vote. Casperson?
Yeah, someone else first.
Let's start with Ivy.
Ivy, aye.
Coates?
Aye.
Henderson?
Aye.
Martinson?
Aye.
Casperson?
Nay.
That item is approved 4-1. Thank you, Rick. We'll move along to item 6B. Again, no public comment electronically submitted. 6B is a public hearing and consideration to approve an ordinance for General Plan Amendment G-22-03 from industrial estates and high density to medium density and estates. Properties located at 222 West, 840 South. The applicant is Jerry Sandberg and Austin Anderson. Community Development Director Drew Ellerman will present on this item.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. As stated, the applicant seeking a general plan use amendment. The area requested covers approximately the entire area is 15.6 acres. The area actually wanting to be changed completely is like 9.51 acres, and we'll get into that in just a second. The current land use designations are industrial, estate residential, and high density residential. Now there's quite a trio right there, council members, but that's what's been there for again 15 plus years.
A lot of purple and green tonight,
Yes,
Drew.
there is. The applicant seeking approval to have the land use designations changed to estate residential and medium density residential. And again, this is for the possibility to develop the area into future residential project. The estate residential and the medium density residential designations carry a density ratio of 0.45 to 1.6, followed up by 4.5 to 6 dwelling units per acre, respectively. It allows for the R130, RA half, RA1, and RA2 zoning designations in the estate residential, and in the medium density residential allows for the R2, the R16, and the R18 zoning designations. The surrounding general plan use designations are estate residential to the east, industrial to the south, open space to the north, and St. George City designations to the west, which, by the way, are medium density residential as well. Staff reviewed the requested change and is comfortable with the proposal. It is a better fit for the surrounding development than what is currently in that general plan designation. The Planning Commission reviewed the requests at their August 3rd, 2022 meeting, with the Planning Commission unanimously recommending approval of G-22-03 to amend the general plan use map from the current industrial, its estate residential and high density residential to the new proposed estate residential and medium density residential designations onto you, the City Council. Now, just for the map, just to clarify what's going on, this brownish color is right now the high density. That's what they want to turn that to medium density. The purple area is currently industrial, again, wanting to change that to medium density. And then this shaded gray black areas coming out of the estate into medium density. And then the green, what's left will remain estate residential. So that's the proposal before you, is just changing it to the medium density here to keeping estate over here. So that's a difference of, again, 9.5 acres versus the 5 acres left in estate. So any questions I can answer, I think Councilman Coates is ready.
So I remember at Planning Commission, Mr. Miller, who's the neighbor just to the east, came in and he was very much in favor of this. Is that my memory's correct, right, Drew?
I wish I could. I was not
Or
here
you
that
not
night, if you
there?
remember, but I
He
think
was-
Eldon
is
can
that
give a
right,
thumbs
Eldon?
up.
Okay. So,
Yeah, Mr. Ken Miller owns a house there, and his father owns the house next to him.
Let me just make my comment again for the record. I have no idea why we general planned industrial next to a state, but I assume it was accommodating existing uses and what people wanted. But these are some of those estate homes in that area are beautiful homes, maybe some of the best in the area. And it's industrial to the south, so I like the cleanup. But I just make the comment for the record. It's maybe zoning that we would like to buffer if we hadn't already made this designation.
What's St. George to the west?
Their general plan is a medium density.
To the west.
Yes. Yeah, in fact, let me go back to they did put that exhibit in for you.
So basically they're proposing, they're
Zoning,
not
yeah.
proposing 3 colors, they're proposing
2 colors.
2 colors. That's kind of confusing.
Yeah. But here's what's next door for St. George. They have their R110 up by the pond in the Sandberg property. And then it's M1 right next door to this.
M1.
Yeah, manufacturing one. So, but I think they're doing some changing in there right now, and I'm not sure if it's going to remain. Mr. Smith, I know you're familiar. Just briefly, are they changing any of that M1, or just wanted to clarify? I think you're working on something there, right? If you don't mind, it'll help you. I'm not sure what they're.
No, it's fine. We don't need it. We don't need to.
Okay, then don't. Yeah, it sounds like it's a business
doesn't,
transaction.
even if they have something, it's not.
Doesn't
it's
matter.
It's not legit. It hasn't been approved, so nothing's there. So
yeah, so they're just wanting to restructure this as a family, and that's what the medium density is, and the estate is for. It's just a lot of family use and for sale for benefiting of the family.
And I think the manager makes a good point. I think his point is that in the last item and this item, the future lot owners there just need to be aware that there are industrial uses adjacent. So I think that's just, appreciate that being on the record. Drew, can you talk a little bit about the road access there? Is that 840 South, and how that might connect to our neighbors to the west? What the future plans are for that road? Or is that a Mike Shaw question?
That's going to have to be Mike. Has that changed? I know we're not taking 840 across well, I guess this road actually is. That is punching through, right, Mike? The 840.
The other question there with roads is the north-south road, does it now fall on the line between the dividing of the cities of the plan that we're making tonight?
North-south road.
Isn't there a proposed north-south road?
Main Street?
Mm-hmm.
So, Mike Shaw, Public Works Director. So Main Street will actually come down to the river and then turn over to 100 East. 840, if you scroll back down, there you go, and then go to the west.
Farther to the west?
West. And it's
going to tie in up here, right?
Yes. So 840 west, if you show that, it kind of comes up and turns and ties into the lower intersection below Costco.
Drew, will you turn on the transportation lines?
It's not going to be on there.
It's not?
No, because this is St. George's new design for the Sandberg property.
All right, you're going to have to draw this in, Drew.
So it's this road right here,
Yes.
Mike? Okay, and then it just kind of...
Yes.
And then ties in at our boundary on R840 South.
Yes, and then Foothill will basically come over and tie into the signalized intersection
at Costco.
There, correct. And then they have some internal stuff that on the Sandbergs that will tie those together.
And then north-south, looks like you're a little bit west of Main.
And then I think with Main Street now, I think we're actually bringing Main Street down, crossing and tying into the Foothill.
So it would just be an internal street between Foothill and 840 South then for any future roads if this came forward for zoning and plating.
This is an update we need to do with our master plan because the St. George with the Sandberg property had changed it around.
I think both of those east-wests are going to be critical as the property owners bring forward development and as the growth continues to put pressure on, just with our Telegraph and Green Springs intersection, that does give a few more options in addition to the industrial road there.
So with this development down at Public Works, we've already talked about getting this revision done, just doing a revision to the master plan, where it was done just very currently anyway, so.
Yeah,
just a revision.
It's good insight. Any other questions for Mike? We have to get them all in the next 22 days. So Feel free to shotgun them a little bit.
We're going to use harder ones than that.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw, Public Works Director. Council, further questions for staff before I open the public hearing? Okay, at this time, I'll open the public hearing for item 6B. Anyone wishing to come forward and speak to this ordinance for a general plan amendment, please come forward now. Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing and I'll turn back to the council for further discussion and or a motion.
Mayor, I'll make a motion that we approve an ordinance from General Plan Amendment G-2203 from industrial estate and high density to medium density and estate located at 2222 West 840 South.
I have a motion by Councilmember Coates.
I'll second that, Mayor.
And a second by Councilmember Ivy. This is an ordinance, and we'll go roll call. Casperson.
Aye.
Ivy.
Aye.
Coates.
Aye.
Henderson.
Aye.
Martinson.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Jerry, it's good to see you. You're welcome to stay.
Mayor, he might be one of the very best citizens ever from Washington City.
Well, and he also has, I think, the best grass in Washington City as well. We appreciate you, Jerry. Good luck with this going forward. Okay, we'll move along to item 6C. This is a public hearing and consideration to approve an ordinance for General Plan Amendment G-22-06 to update the affordable housing goals in section 4.1 of the Washington City General Plan. Council, we had extensive discussion on this a few weeks ago in our work session. I think the impression I got was that the council was pleased with the direction and with the staff being in line with the priorities of this council. That said, I'm not going to let Eldon off the hook from coming forward and present a little bit to you on what the intentions are, and also so the public can know what these changes are. Eldon Gibb, City Planner.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. So the state recently changed through House Bill 462, changed the requirements for municipalities when reporting their annual moderate income housing form. And we stay in compliance with that. We need to update our general plan and affordable housing strategies as well. I'm assuming you want me to note those, the new ones?
Please.
Make on the public record. So we're going to remove in the existing 4.1 general plan and the referenced affordable housing plan goals number 1, 2, 3, and 4 and their associated strategies, and update them with strategy number 1, which states create or allow for and reduce regulations related to internal or detached accessory dwelling units in residential zones. And we're going to update strategy number 2, which reads, implement zoning incentives for moderate income dwelling units in new developments. And the proposed strategy number 3 reads, demonstrate creation of or participation in a community land trust program for moderate income housing. And again, this is just kind of a house cleaning item to get us in compliance with state requirements.
Thank you, Eldon. Council, questions for the city planner? Okay, thank you, Eldon. This is a public hearing. We received no electronic public comment. I'll open the public hearing on item 6C at this time. Anyone wishing to speak to this item, please come forward. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and turn to the council for further discussion and or a motion on item 6C.
You know, Mayor, just a comment. When HB 462 came through, we all realized that we all had a hand or a stake in providing affordable housing for our residents. And these 3 strategies definitely have risen to the top: the accessory dwelling units, the zone incentives, and the community land trust. And I look forward to working on these further and creating those out. But this is exciting work right here. So.
Good points, Councilman. Further comments before a motion on this? Would any of you like to make a motion then?
Mayor, I move that we approve an ordinance for general plan amendment G-22-06 to update the affordable housing goals in section 4.1 of the Washington City General Plan.
You've heard the motion by Councilmember Henderson. Would anyone like to second?
Second.
I have a second by Councilmember Coates. This is an ordinance. We'll do a roll call vote, starting with Coates.
Aye.
Henderson.
Aye.
Martinson.
Aye.
Casperson.
Aye.
Ivy.
Aye.
The general plan update is approved unanimously, and just council, excellent work on these goals, on these initiatives, and I just echo Councilman Ivy's words on us to keep moving forward to allow more people to live, or at least be able to stay here. I'm not necessarily saying move here, but maybe some of those would like to stay, can afford to get a home someday. Okay, we'll move on to item number 7, which is preliminary plat. We have 3 of those tonight. The public comment, public hearing on those items occurred at the Planning Commission level, so there will not be any public hearings on those. And since this is not an ordinance, I will not call for a roll call vote on items under item 7. We'll start with item number 7A. This is a consideration to approve a preliminary plat for the reserve at Old Farm, located at approximately 300 East and formerly 3650 South, now called George Washington Boulevard. The applicant is Rosenberg and Associates, and City Planner Eldon Gibb will present to the council on this.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. At the address previously stated, this particular subdivision is proposing 36 lots on an area covering 27.38 acres. Zoning designation at this location is the R115. Surrounding zoning is agricultural 20 and R115 to the north, planned unit development, commercial to the east, R115 and agricultural 20 to the south, and R115 and agricultural 20 to the west. The proposed subdivision conforms to the approved zoning. The request meets the subdivision requirements and other city ordinances as it relates to this location. And staff has reviewed this request and does have concerns that I will discuss at this time. Staff is concerned that the required 15-foot landscape strip identified along 300 East, George Washington Boulevard, and Washington Fields Road, specifically noting lots 1, 7, 14, 15, 25, 26, and 31 through 36 may end up looking displaced over a long period of time or experience a lack of maintenance due to this area being owned by many different individuals rather than one individual or entity. The applicant has made it known that the developer will be landscaping the 15-foot strip along the perimeter of the project to keep the landscaping consistent in color scheme, plant type, and design, and will also be building the exterior boundary block walls to define the 15-foot landscaped area. However, this does not address a long-term maintenance problem that could evolve. Staff also feels uneasy with the 15-foot landscape areas being watered by individual homeowners' water meter, specifically those lots mentioned prior. Furthermore, staff will need to review and evaluate the proposed LID and look into the pre- and post-development flows in depth during the construction drawings. With these concerns, staff is neutral in their recommendation and have attached the following findings and conditions for review. During the Planning Commission meeting, the applicant noted they intended to stagger the exterior boundary block walls and provide individual gate access into the 15-foot landscaped areas so the homeowner can easily access and maintain this area. The applicant also noted that the CC&Rs will identify and address that it is the homeowner's responsibility to water, upkeep, and maintain that 15-foot landscape strip area. The Planning Commission did review this request on August 3rd, 2022, and unanimously recommended approval of the preliminary plat for the reserve at Old Farm, with the following findings and conditions identified below. The Planning Commission did add condition number 17 to address the aesthetics of the block wall. And I would just like to note a few additional conditions that we, as staff, put on there to go along with our concerns. Condition number 13 states that the developer shall install a 6-foot block wall around the perimeter of the development to maintain the 15-foot landscape strip adjacent to 300 East George Washington Boulevard and Washington Fields Road. This will avoid confusion in landscaping this area. Condition 14, the 15-foot landscape strip along the perimeter of the subdivision, specifically lot 1, 7, 14, 15, 25, 26, and 31 through 36, shall be landscaped by the developer, completed with the development of this subdivision. And the landscaping shall be consistent in color scheme, plant type, and design. Condition 15 states the sidewalk and or trail along 300 East shall be installed with a similar design, which is meandering with the subdivision to the north, identified as Stamsund Estates. Condition 16, the final plat shall note lots 1, 7, 14, 15, 25, 26, and 31 through 36 shall be responsible to water, maintain, and upkeep the landscaping identified in the 15-foot landscape strip. So just a note on the plat stating that those homeowners are responsible to water. And then condition 17 is implemented by the Planning Commission, which states the developer will stagger the exterior boundary block walls. Being in that meeting, the intent of their condition was to have an access gate to those areas, which didn't make it into their motion. And I would just like council to consider adding that into condition 17, that the gate be placed into that block wall build out if you so desire.
On the east side? What?
Along the perimeter boundaries of the subdivision.
The entire perimeter, or along the east side where the canal easement is?
It's noted as lot 1, 7, 14, 15, 25, 26, and 31 through 36.
It's the west side, Mayor.
Yep. Okay.
And the south. And I'm happy to answer any questions for you.
I'm going to jump in and ask you a question, and maybe Mike a question, then open up to council. Eldon, can you point out the canal easement on there, or did they provide documents that just show that 50-foot easement and where it goes?
It's behind, it basically runs east, north, and south. You can see Drew's red line there, and the canal easement is solely on the commercial side. It does not.
The entirety of the 50-foot is on the commercial piece.
Correct.
Okay. And then, Drew, I know some of us were heavily involved in low impact development, or LID, when the state rolled that out a year or so ago. Would you just take a minute to explain LID in general, and the way that a lot of subdivisions handle that, and the value of that when we see monsoonal rains like we did Monday?
I'm probably the wrong person to explain LID, so.
Well, Lester's not here, and I don't know.
Paul, but the LID is basically that we have to detain the 85th percentile of the rainstorm or the event on the properties. So it's, basically the detention basins have to be larger than what we used to require. When we adopted the LID, we were very limited on what we could do because the state mandated quite a few of the requirements in the ordinance. One of those was that they could detain the water on the lots themselves.
You're talking storm drain, storm runoff.
Yep. Yes. Personally, we don't like that. We've had that in several developments, and those developments, they've always filled in those, and the water just comes onto our roads. So I believe that's what they're wanting to do in this development. And I know that as far as public works goes, that we're not in favor of it, but it is in our ordinance, and so it does have to come back to council for that.
But it is in our ordinance because it was mandated to us. We made it so that the council has to approve this, recognizing that if we allow this, we could have a potential homeowner come to any one of us and say, why am I having to do an annual inspection, annual review of my LID every year on their lot and their detention per this proposal?
So I get to take Councilman Coates' spot tonight. I feel like I'm pointing out problems with everything, and not necessarily it's a problem, but
wow, he just said that I call out all the problems. That's all right. I do. I try to.
yeah, see, I am a problem even when I try. I think that's the question to ask, even on the maintenance outside the wall. I guess that's probably an applicant question, but what's the thought behind having them do their own stormwater and their own maintenance rather than just having a small HOA that handles a few items? Absolutely, it's difficult to have 36 people have stormwater detention basins that they fill in. I mean, they don't talk to us. They don't know what it is, right? Now, in the most recent storm in this area, those detention basins were all completely full. And so if half of the people didn't have that detention, we would have been in big trouble. So I think it's just a really interesting time that just 2 days ago we had this in this general area. So just a comment.
They're going to have a homeowners association on this project because they've already called out that their landscaping is going to be in their CC&Rs. Well, somebody's got to enforce the CC&Rs, and that would be the HOA, not the city.
No, they said that they're going to have each individual lot irrigate their segment.
Right, but that would be enforced by in the documents here. It says that would be through their CC&Rs.
A modern trend with some developments is they will enact CC&Rs that don't call for an association. And in that case, essentially you have a lot owner has the right to pursue a subsequent lot owner to enforce them. And so that's happening. It's not ideal. It's essentially a middle ground between an HOA that has the financial burden of hiring managers and staffing a board that has to, take votes to govern the neighborhood. Those with 8 CC&Rs that don't have a board at least have some neighborhood standard, which is, in theory better than, I won't say better. In theory, there's more rules governing those properties than a just straight zoned residential. But those do happen. It's not illegal to have CC&Rs without a board, but it's probably not ideal from a city standpoint either.
Okay, Council, I promised 2 questions, and then I'd let you ask questions about anything you want to staff. So we've got Eldon here, you've got Mike here. Council, please, before I invite the applicant forward, feel free to ask questions of staff.
So, I like the subdivision, but there's a couple of things I don't like, and one of them is 12 different lot owners, maintaining that 15-foot landscape strip. I don't think it's realistic to think that all 12 of them are gonna, keep it up. So I would like to see the landscaping strip just maintained by an HOA and, watered on a, single valve or single valve box, and the HOA be in charge of that, especially right here. This is, this is quite a, big part of our city right there. And I have been involved in subdivisions where they did something like this and it just didn't work. And they ended up going back to an HOA to make it properly maintained.
So Councilman, what I'm hearing right along this boundary with the different property owners, you'd like that to be a common area held within the HOA?
Exactly, yeah.
Do we have the ability or the authority to request that into an HOA?
We do for a detention pond and LID.
For an LID, but I mean just for more on the parameters of who's responsible and making it be within the common area.
So I would walk back. Your language said to request that. I would think that your decision would be to deny this option because you don't feel like those areas are adequately planned for, and then the applicant can either bring back another proposal that adequately plans for them, or bring back the same thing with an HOA. But yeah, I don't think we can require that there be an association that does that for you.
So a couple items to note. 300 East, our staff report calls out that it's a sidewalk/trail. Per our city master plan, it must be a trail along that road there. There is a trail called out on 3650/George Washington Boulevard. The preliminary plat doesn't have a legal description, which should have a legal description associated with it. They're missing lot numbers on the south half of those plats. I'm concerned with the lots, again, with the landscape strip that go all the way to the right-of-way of it. I think there's lots of things that need correction on this plat before I'm comfortable moving forward with it. I'm super concerned about the LID and no detention on the project. I think we need to associate the detention. There's also split up into 3 phases, it looks like. So potentially there should be 3 different detention ponds because of the drainage and being able to convey it, unless they can convey it in a storm drain that gets down to a detention in one area. There's just lots of things that are unanswered on this, and I'm not comfortable moving forward with it as it's proposed. And staff seems to have a lot of concern about it.
Thank you, Councilman. Further comments, further discussion amongst the council? Applicant representative, invite you to come forward and speak to some of these items. And it's good to see you, Jason. Good to see you, Sean. You know the routine here.
So, Jason Smith, representing the applicant. After discussion with staff about the LID, we actually moved the LID to the 15-foot landscape strip along 300 East. I don't believe that this is the, does it show that on the top? Does that note say that on the top left corner?
So it's 36-inch perforated pipe.
I would accommodate everything for the LID and the detention in this on this site.
In a 36-inch pipe?
36-inch pipe, yes. It's 5,000 cubic feet. And then we're disconnected impervious, so the LID requirement is reduced to...
So how are you going to get it to drain?
There's a catch basin there that how would you get it to drain? It's retention for the LID. So that's why it's a perforated pipe.
Yeah, but there's groundwater.
No, not. If there's groundwater, we don't have to. LID isn't required. If the groundwater is too high,
how are you going to drain your detention?
What? How am I going to drain your
detention in a perforated pipe? Is it perforated pipe for the LID or is it for the detention?
It's perforated for the LID.
So is it its only use for the LID, or is it?
No, it's used for the it's used for both. So there's a catch basin that's on the north side there that will have an orifice on it that will only allow for what is detained. The detention is significantly minimum. Is because of the size of the lots.
So if you have a geotech report that says there's not groundwater in the area?
Yeah, if there was groundwater to above the level, then we wouldn't be required to do LID.
And that's great, right? I think we're all in agreement that we don't like LID and it's mandated on us. I'm 100% in agreement.
I understand that, but that's the reason I have it there is because the geotech report doesn't show the groundwater at that level. Now, we can go in the past and look and see where the groundwater was.
We've just had issues in the fields.
Treasure
Valley is a huge issue.
I understand
we
that.
ripped all that out, so I'm very concerned about even putting a perforated pipe in there.
I completely understand that. We can depress the area if in the 15-foot landscape strip to accommodate it too. I mean, there's multiple options there to accommodate the LID and the detention on that side. If it's
so explain to me how you're getting, if you're putting that in that northwest corner, how are you getting the LID and all the drainage from the south road up to the north? How are you conveying it to that portion to hold the LID?
From the south to the north, the natural flow is is south to north.
Yeah, so how are you getting it into your pipe over there?
We're putting catch basins on the, you'll have catch basins on the road there. It will tie it in and tie it back behind the sidewalk, and then you'll run a 36-inch pipe there. Or alternatively, we would just depress the landscaping along that whole 15-foot strip and get it in that way.
So you will collect the water from the south, put it into a public street, and then convey it to the north, and then dump it into your private detention, and then kick it back out to a public detention pond?
Isn't that typically what's done?
No, I'm just asking the question if that's your plan.
Yes, that's the plan. That's the only option that you have. That's what's done typically in every.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's not. I'm just asking if that's how you plan on conveying the water from the south to the north.
Yes.
Yeah.
Further questions for the applicant?
We would, if an HOA is what is required, then we'll do an HOA.
Jason, let me just ask you, I think the staff and council's concern is just maintenance of the landscape strip. And I think the concern is that if there's not a common entity overseeing that it might not meet the standards of what is just really going to be a beautiful subdivision, nice large lots right in the heart of the fields. I mean, just help us understand where you're coming from and give us a little feedback on some of the concerns that you've heard from the council.
Well, personally, my lot where I live currently, my landscaping's kept up way better than the HOAs. And that honestly, I actually think it's the opposite. It's a personal opinion. And
well, look, your grass is no Jerry Sandberg's.
No,
let's just get that clear.
Absolutely right. You're absolutely right. And
but it's pretty nice. I've been to your house.
If Jerry was if we could get Jerry to maintain this, we'd go for it. Right? So, I mean.
But talk to us more along that. I mean, you see the concern. Just speak to us about
I understand that. I don't think that it's. I understand the concern of that there's multiple people there. I don't think that I think that personally, if it's their own property, I think they maintain it better than if it's a HOA. I think that they go to the cheapest landscaper that they can. That guy shows up 3 times a year, weeds it, but the rest of the time it's poorly maintained. That's just a personal opinion. I'm not in favor of HOAs. I'll be honest with you. And the applicant said, well, I prefer not to do an HOA, so we are moving forward as not an HOA. But if it's a deal breaker for the city council, we'll put a meter in
and I read plats pretty well.
And I don't know, and I guess my question is I think that lots 1, 14, 15, those lots are a different animal for sure a different animal than the ones along George Washington. I mean, those are side yards that they're going to be there. And those are just things that I see. I think they're just a different animal. I don't think.
Is this landscape strip outside the block wall that goes around the perimeter?
Well, yeah, it's a 15-foot landscape strip for the roadway. So yes, it's outside
the lot lines go all the way to the right of way.
Right, and I think that's what's challenging is you've got a wall that divides that landscape. At least in my head. And look, I'm not an engineer.
I would still prefer that the lot lines, even with an HOA, I would, in my opinion, I would still prefer the lot lines go all the way to the right of way, and that they would have an easement, a landscape easement that would be maintained. But I don't know. I shouldn't have said that because I haven't talked to the applicant about that. So he just said that maybe an HOA, but
no.
So Mayor, let me inject right there if you don't mind.
Please.
So me personally, I'm confident with the engineering. You guys will figure it out. The city will check it off, and that'll work fine. The concern that I have is that, you've got your HOAs, and there's a little bit of oversight by an HOA board, And whether or not the individuals would maintain it well or not, I have to look at it from what is the best for the city, in that the best chance of having it maintained and having it kept in good condition. So for me, I think if that were incorporated into an HOA and that was a common area, and I don't advocate for HOAs, I've had probably a lot of the same situations as others have had, but in this case, it adds an element of comfort to me. Maybe not a lot, but a little bit more than just individual owners. So that's just my 2 cents, Jason. But we appreciate your understanding of this and your presentation. So,
Can I ask a quick question just for my own understanding? So all of the lots will not have stormwater on them. They won't all retain stormwater.
Well, no, that was the original proposal.
Okay.
I would actually prefer, I mean, I actually think that is the best solution for low impact development. And that's because that's what low impact development is. When you traditionally look at low impact development and when it's designed, it's not put into a specific, to a concentrated area. It's spread out throughout the entire development. And
So I totally understand where you're coming. I think I'm on the same board with that's a great way to spread it out. The concern I have is that this future lot owner now has to be regulated and have all this paperwork. And the city gets burdened. Right now they have 36 lots that they got to go make sure that the LID's in place, and you're in your second or third owner. And that guy's like, what the heck am I doing here? And that's my concern. Do I agree with you that LID is ridiculous? Yes, I do.
I'm not even saying it's ridiculous.
Well, I'll say it because I think it is.
that there's some value in low impact development. I don't think that it's very easy to do in our area. I mean, if I got my degree in the East Coast, we did LID all the time.
No,
it was really easy to do. It was a completely different animal. Here it's a different animal. You're right. But I do think that you can depress on half acre lots, you can depress what, 100 square feet, 6 inches deep, and you've accomplished it.
And I agree that we can accomplish it. The problem is the documentation that's required by the state is just so cumbersome to those owners. That's my concern. Instead of, there's 36 owners that can take that one document and send it to the city, or each one of them have to do it. That's my concern, is that it's all the documentation that we have to do. We get audited all the time on it. So
I understand that. I'm not.
So that's my only opposition.
And that's why I changed it from individual lots to away.
So I'll just be clear. I think this plat needs work. I think you're missing stuff. There's not clear on what we're doing. There's trails missing on the 300 East. There's no legal description around it.
Can I ask you about 300 East just really fast? Because 300 East is not a trail until, I mean, I know I saw it there, but it's not a trail along 300 East.
Yeah, and
the rest of 300 East.
up, and we're going to go fix them. We have a lot of areas in town that we've screwed up and didn't get the trail, and we're going to go back and fix them.
So I guess my question is why do you want a trail there when you have a trail along the canal?
Because we want one there. It was in our master plan. It's part of our master plan. I think it's a great idea to have a trail along there. It's a route that the kids could potentially go to school that way. My kids walk that way right now to school. So why not have a trail that gets them to the schools that are on 3090?
Okay. I mean, it's in a 15-foot landscape strip. We can add additional sidewalk. It's not, the legal description was provided on a separate document. And my only thing is, this is a city inspect, and I don't know if that would be my concern.
What do you mean city inspect?
It was submitted electronically through city inspect and not by hard copy. So whether all the documentation got to you, I'm not sure.
I see a plat. That's all I see.
Okay, well, I apologize.
So I just have concerns, and I don't think they've been addressed. And it's unclear. in my mind, what direction we're going. We have a lot of conditions that we had to put on, and I think it would be.
Well, if you add the HOA, the conditions,
we can't make you do an HOA, but we can say we don't like the lot layout and it needs to be revised to have the common space required along the roadways.
okay.
Further questions, comments with the applicant? Anything else you'd like to say, Mr. Smith, to the council?
Well, I mean, I guess if we can't make those changes with an approval, I would just recommend we table it. If the council doesn't feel comfortable with the 15-foot landscape strip being added and an HOA being added, then we would recommend we table it and add that.
And what I don't want to get lost in
What
this.
we'd request, but if you feel that we can move forward, we would make those changes and by condition.
Okay.
So that's what I would request as the applicant.
What are you thinking on the 15-foot landscape strip? You know, just to resolve the concerns that we have about that.
As far as, yeah, I'll let him speak because I'm just drawing it. He's.
And we know you, but if you just state your name for the record, please.
Mayor, Council, Sean Sullivan, developer, working with Rosenberg on this. I'm in complete agreement with everything you guys have brought up. I think that we need to clean this up, whether it was a miscommunication on getting it uploaded or not. Our whole intention was with the HOA or not having the HOA was just to do the best job to make sure it looks good. We have a lot of inventory to sell through here, and we want it to look good, not just day one, but throughout the process, because we look at this as probably a multi-year to sell and build those homes. So we're not afraid of an HOA. We just need to, as Councilman Ivy brought up, make sure we get a good one and make sure that we can make it look good. We don't have any problem with, we're not afraid of the HOA. We just, in our minds, we kind of thought it would be, homeowners would do a better job, but you can't control that. So it does give you a level of protection to have an HOA in the middle there. So I would propose that we just come back, whether we can, I don't know how this works, but if we're fine to do an HOA, I think that knocks out most of those bullet points on the comments.
So I got a question on phasing, and it kind of stems from your other project to the north. So you masqueraded it all. You plan on masquerading this project as well?
We plan to finish the whole thing at once, just one phase.
Just one phase. Okay. So while you're here, I'm super concerned that we have as many weeds and stuff growing on your other
Absolutely,
project.
yeah.
And I know we have multiple phases moving forward, but I think we'll have to address that on another issue.
Our Heritage Place, as you brought up, our intent is to develop the whole thing at once. So we're kind of in the middle of that right now, working through contractors, and supply chain issues have been the biggest holdup with that project. We wished we would have had lots done and ready, but we've been waiting on manhole covers and pipe and some of these things for a year.
I just know we had not trying to distract, we had 8 phases there. And when I looked at this, it looked like it could potentially be 3 different phases. So that's why I was asking. I didn't see any phase lines on here.
Correct.
If it's intended to do it at once, then that's different.
That's our intent, yeah.
So I really don't like HOAs, but I'm like Councilman Ivy. I do not like them. I don't have one where I live, and that's why I live where I live. But on this, my main concern is just since that 15-foot strip is outside the block wall, and there's all the different owners, I'm just thinking down the road, what if couple of the houses go into foreclosure or something, then you got 10 nicely done ones and 2 patches of weeds, it's just like that. I just don't like I don't like HOAs, but with this configuration, I'm just thinking there's got to be some way to just make that 15-foot landscaping strip, controlled by one entity and maintained by one entity.
I agree, and we started out with not intending to do an HOA, but I think we have the same concerns. We want it to look good when we develop it, in the middle of the development, and after development. So I'm with you. Maybe the best thing is just an HOA, and we try to hire a good one and monitor, and if we have to pay them more, so they go out there more often. But I don't think we have any, well, I know we don't have any issues with that. I think that might be the best way to satisfy everybody's concerns.
I just wanted to say, interject right here, that I don't like HOAs, and I don't think we should force them to do one, because I feel like the homeowner can take, pride and responsibility into maintaining their yard, and I don't want to force anyone to do an HOA who doesn't want to do one.
So it's my understanding that when you're the developer, you would maintain the HOA until after half of the homes went into a private ownership. Is that correct?
Typically,
as far as
that's
you know,
what would happen, and then we turn it over to a manager, property manager, somebody to manage the HOA.
Is there a way to solve this issue without an HOA? I mean, can you bump the fence out closer to the street, or do we not allow that?
That's what the whole thing is. There's a 15-foot landscape strip required on all the roadways around subdivisions.
Part of our streets.
It's part of our subdivision ordinance. Yep.
Drew, what's our ordinance on getting that put in? Because we've had a lot of developments that just haven't put them in until like the very end. And it's just a concern that we have that they get like the one that's on Fields Road. The subdivision's done and they're building houses. I don't think too many people are living there, but I'm just surprised. It's just all the weeds.
Yeah, you
are
see the
growing
roads
up.
cut in, but the landscaping along the road, the main road is
Not
done.
in.
It's one of those hard things. I mean, we try to help the developers, but also make the city, look as best we can. But
we do it with the parks where we say they have to be in within 1/3
and we
of
probably
the
need to
homes or
start
something
doing
like
that.
Just-
Some of them know if they want to sell their subdivision good, they put the land, like there's been one or two of them that have put the landscaping in right off, and it only attracts people to their development. But generally what our rule of thumb has been, whenever a house is like, when lot one has its home, they don't get a CMO till that landscapes in on that. That's kind of where we hold that, but I'm just saying that's what we've done. It doesn't mean it's right.
I know, but I've seen it where we haven't done that.
Yeah.
And they eventually always get done. Like typically they do. I mean, I'm sure there's a few, but just recently I've just been like, why aren't these getting done? Like it just seems like they would want to, and it just isn't getting done.
Well, the ones who want to make their project look the best end up doing it because they know that's their step up on the competition, right? The other ones don't look and there's nothing there, and someone drives by and sees one with all the landscape, and they're going, they already get a good feeling about that. It's just one of those psychological things that you put out there. So I don't know if Mr. Solomon's listening to all this, if he wants to think,
We actually put it with the conditions, we put that we would put block walls and landscape it in the interim. So we'd have to maintain it. It's actually more work for us to do to not have the HOA in the meter, because we're gonna have to switch it back to homeowners eventually. So that's why we said we'll stagger the walls, put a gate in them. But I'm not fighting an HOA. It's our intent is to make it look the best we can, whether it's through an HOA or through the homeowners.
So when are you, I guess the question is, when are you willing to put the landscape in? Is that?
We put on there in one of the conditions, we accepted that we'd put it in before at final plat. So we would have landscape
well,
in.
There you go. I think that takes care of that. I
should be
think,
in there.
yeah, I
'Cause I
remember
agree with
Helen
exactly what you're
saying
saying. We, in our history, the more
sells
you can put
better,
it up
doesn't it?
front, it looks better, it sells better. Like in our Heritage Place, we put the block walls up. We're anxious to get the landscape done, and that's why we're doing the rest of the phases, so we can make it all look good and cohesive.
So is your plan to put like a 4-foot opening for a gate at each lot they each go out to their 15-foot landscape strip?
Yes, because in other neighborhoods, just like you guys have brought up, if the wall's there and they have to walk, like you imagine some of the people have to walk all the way around and walk 6 lots down, they probably just won't. But if there's a gate, and maybe that's how their kids go to school, is go out of that gate, get on the trail or the sidewalk, it just gives them better access to that. They could still just not go through the gate. I have the same concerns that everybody else does. We want to do the best we can, that we can enforce people to take care of their yards, because one kind of bad apple makes the whole neighborhood look bad.
And so if your frontage is 100 feet wide, then you have a valve coming off of your house that waters that 100 feet.
And also, our plan, we show the meandering trail that comes down,
300.
300. I think that's great too, because I know a lot of kids, my kids live in that area. I think it's great for connectivity. We don't have any issues with that. Our plan is to put that meandering, just that matches the next neighborhood down.
Well, the next neighborhood down doesn't have a trail. It was
It
something.
kind of gap, so it's, well, I guess it would be
no-
Heritage Place maybe that has the trail.
It's yeah. Anyways, but I'm just saying, like, we have some of these areas that we've missed, and we're trying not to miss anymore. And so but there is the academy there, and so we're putting a trail there that we need to
the north
to get to that school. We have the elementary and we have the intermediate school, so there's a lot of kids going down these roads that have to walk. And so I just want to make sure that it's nicer to have the trails in those 15 feet. I wish we had more than 15 feet, but of course I mean, that's all that's required to get those trails down those edges. But
Well, in all this discussion, I just don't want to be lost that this is an amazing subdivision. I mean, with these large half-acre, three-quarter-acre, acre-plus lots, I mean, to me, Sean, you and Jason have worked really hard to do something that I think, preserves the fields, at least the feel of the fields for a long time with what's going to be a beautiful subdivision that's going to have a lot of open space and just bring a lot of value to our community. We're going to have wonderful people who live here. I appreciate the back and forth and the candor and just, working with council, working with staff on just a few minor issues, but I'm hopeful that, like you said, Jason, we could look at, the council could look at making some conditions. They could look at, if you're still okay with the table, come back on September 14th and maybe having work through some of those things. Certainly, Sean, you bring a lot of value to this community with the subdivisions that you build, and you put a lot of sweat and a lot of work in it. So, and a lot of planning. So I just don't want that to be lost in the back and forth. Sometimes it feels like our job is to kind of nitpick what overall is a really, really nice concept and really nice project. And so I don't want you to walk away feeling like that's all you heard was
Your guys'
negative.
input's been fabulous. I mean, I think all of our intent is the same. I think it should matter.
And I think that intent is the same as, Jason lives in the fields. I know you we all just care about this community and we kind of approach from different angles, but I think we can get there. And
I agree.
And I appreciate that. And sorry if I come off stern. I just want to make sure that we've had a lot of promises and they don't always get met. And so I get nitpicky on how I look at this and try to make sure it meets what our general plan or our master plan for our trails, the roads. I do like this neighborhood. I think it's a really nice neighborhood. I'm just nervous about missing something. And so we want to make sure that it's per what our plan is. And so, I want to make a motion just to table it based on.
Can I ask one question of the
cleanup
applicant?
items.
yeah, go ahead, council.
Sean, I'm just going to go back to the basics. The heading says a 36 lot residential development, and then I only see 25 lots.
It looks like some lots, the
lot
labeling.
numbers.
These guys got left out.
So those numbers should be numbered.
Down here, they're not numbered.
That
on
would
the
be a
south.
fix also.
6 through 30.
Yeah, on the south.
We're thinking is what happened is whatever got uploaded into the system. I'm not sure what exactly went on, but if we want to table, we can update this. We can make sure we show the trail. We can.
Okay. So Mayor, if you're ready for a.
Please, council, are you
a
comfortable with
motion.
Councilman Coates making a motion? Go ahead, Councilman.
I'll make a motion that we table item 7A, the preliminary plat reserve at Old Farms located at approximately 300 east and 3650 south.
To September 14th.
To September 14th to, address the items that we've talked about tonight, and I'll be specific on the items. And so if there's any the council is looking for is to look at having common space along 3650 south and 300 east. I would request that engineering can deal with the LID. If it doesn't meet it, you'll have to accommodate that in the construction drawings, and then prior to final plat, we'll need the trail. I said trail along 300 east, right? And the trail along 3650, and I would request that we put the 50-foot easement for the adjacent property, just so it gives the council confidence that it's outside of this parcel.
maybe the lot numbers.
And then adjust any platting it, or what should I call it?
Legals and lot numbers.
Legal descriptions and lot numbers and any other technical data that just had their issue with computers.
You've heard, council, you've heard the motion. Do we have a second?
Mayor, I'll second that. I like the idea of keeping their place in the queue so we don't turn them away and bring them back on the 14th with some addressing. I think that's the best way to move.
All right, we've had a motion by Councilman Coates to table based on the items that he listed. We've had a second by Councilman Ivy. A vote on to approve the table and bring this back to our next council meeting, which is September 4th. This is a preliminary September 14th. So this is not a roll call vote. So council, all in favor of the motion to table until September 14th, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. The item is tabled to September 14th, and we look forward to seeing you guys back again then.
Thank you, Mayor, Councilman. I appreciate the help. We'll do better. We'll be back in a couple
Thanks so
weeks.
much, guys. Appreciate it. Okay. Moving along to item 7B. This is consideration to approve a preliminary plat for Vermilion Vistas located at approximately 3090 South Washington Fields Road. The applicant is Kent Stanger. Our city planner, Eldon Gibb, will present on this, and this happens to be the property just directly north of the one we just discussed.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. At the address previously stated, this particular subdivision is proposing 39 lots on an area covering 17.98 acres. The zoning designation at this location was recently rezoned to the R115 zoning. The surrounding zoning is residential 2-acre minimum to the north, R110, and agricultural 20 to the east, R115 to the south, and R115 and agricultural 20 to the west. The proposed subdivision conforms to the approved zoning. The request meets the subdivision requirements and other city ordinances as it relates to this location. Staff has reviewed the request and recommends approval with conditions of the preliminary plat as outlined. Planning Commission reviewed this request on August 3rd, 2022, and unanimously recommended approval of the preliminary plat for the Vermilion Vista subdivision based on the following findings and subject to the following conditions. I would like to note condition number 13 that states the trail or sidewalk along 3090 South shall be installed with a similar design, which is meandering to the subdivision to the west. Again, that's the Stampson Estates as well. And if I could just ask council in their motion of approval or denial, whatever they decide tonight, if that trail is supposed to be 10 feet or right now the existing trail on Stamsund is, I believe it's just a 5-foot sidewalk. So if we could get some clarification as to.
On 3090.
Should be a 10-foot trail.
Yeah, whatever you'd like, if you could just clarify that for staff, that'd be great.
Okay. The question, another question I had on these trails, because they show the trail on Washington Fields and they showed a sidewalk on 3090, but it needs to be a trail on 3090. Do we want to make these asphalt trails versus concrete? There's only 15 feet, but they don't feel as much like trails if they're concrete.
And one thing I don't like is you see sometimes where they'll put the asphalt adjacent to the curb and gutter, and it's just, I really don't like that. I don't have as strong of an opinion other than if it's asphalt, it needs to meander. And I know that sometimes we'll do concrete, wider concrete sidewalks to act as the trail, but I'd be interested to see what the rest of the council thinks on that.
I think I have some reservations. I'm looking at consistency, and I don't know that I've seen an asphalt trail. Maybe I'm just not remembering.
Most trails are the asphalt
when
they're offset from the roadway.
From the roadway. Okay.
Typically, we put concrete in areas that are, like I said, right adjacent to the curb, but usually trails that are right adjacent to the curb require some kind of barrier between the road if it's a certain size of road. So I'm concerned about, I wish we could meander it. That's why there's not really enough
There's
room.
a lot of room. It may make most sense for a sidewalk, but I've seen, I think maybe on 4200 South or something down there, you see some
Well, you do pick-
asphalt
yeah, see, I was
that's
worried-
adjacent to the curb and gutter and the road without a meander, and that's a definite no.
Yeah, I'll find you a few if you want, but I don't like. looking
I've
at
seen them.
either.
You don't need to point them out.
No, but what helps in this case is you have that 5-foot sidewalk anyway at the back of the curb. You can throw that off, and now you end up with 20 feet to put a 10-foot meandering. Does that make sense? You kind of,
But how do we get 20 feet when there's only 15 feet there?
because that's 15 feet they're giving up for the landscape area. But the road is already, the cross section for the road includes a 5-foot
Oh.
sidewalk. So you
But-
have 20 feet from the back of the curb to their wall. So because
Oh,
I
so
had the same
we have
concern, because
room.
you're trying to put a 10-foot meandering thing in a 15-foot, it loses all the landscape ability.
So-
But we actually have 20, so you can still pick that up.
So my recommendation is that we make it an asphalt trail along Washington, because this is our main canal trail through here. Make it an asphalt trail and then meander that trail along Washington Fields. And then the one along 3090, I would like it in asphalt if we have the room, and meander it there as well, because I think that's a better look.
Pick up that 5 feet. Actually, I was talking about 3090. Over here on Washington Fields Road, we actually have more room because of the cross section. If you look, they've already taken it off of
Yeah.
the street, but you want it to meander, and that
Just a slight meander, a nice smooth meander.
because there we have 25 feet in essence, plus, yeah.
Okay.
And it's a power easement, so it kind of helps because they have to stay completely under.
Work around the power poles and
Yeah.
so, yeah.
Council, what other questions do you have for staff before we invite the applicant up? Or any conversation and discussion amongst yourselves? All right, at this time, I'll invite the applicant or the applicant's representative to come forward. If you'll just remember to state your name. We saw you just recently. We remember you.
Thank you. Kent Stanger. I'm the owner of the ground and the applicant. And the engineer's behind me if we need him.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Stinger or anything you'd like to share with the council?
I think you heard our discussion about the trail. Is there any concern?
Yeah, no. I'm okay with doing it however you want.
Okay.
So
we
it
can
be
have
asphalt if you like.
100 feet wide. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, we're gonna rein him in just a little.
He said whatever.
I know.
Within the 15 feet.
No, so, okay. So I think it's another great project. I think this is what it's planned to be, and we'll get our full build out of Washington Fields Road. Is there a phasing?
No, we're planning to do it
All at once, so we'll get the road finished out, built.
Change that idea. Okay, no, partner agrees with me.
I got to tell you, Ken, I love this design. I mean, this is a great piece of ground that's been farmed for a lot of years, and so when I was prepping for a meeting like this council does every time, I think we all looked at this and thought this is just a really good, really thoughtful design, and it's just going to be a beautiful. If it can't be alfalfa, let it be a beautiful subdivision like this.
I agree. I think it's well done.
So same question on the landscaping. You didn't do the one to the east, right?
Do the one in the east. Don't understand.
The property to the east? No, that
Across the street?
yeah,
No,
okay.
that wasn't mine.
All right. So it's the same on the landscaping we had on the last applicant. We just need it in at the beginning. So
Yeah, I think before the final plat, it would need to be done.
Okay.
So
This is great. Okay.
Comfortable with the trails, comfortable with the landscape. Is any adjustments to the conditions, Eldon, that you see on that as a council member makes a motion on this?
If you could just clarify that, it sounds like the applicant's willing to put the landscaping in, if we can make that a hard condition for staff.
And the meandering trail,
And asphalt trails.
asphalt. That'll make it consistent with what we're trying to accomplish in the whole puzzle of the field. So, council, does anybody want to take a stab at a motion on this one?
I will.
Go ahead, Councilman Coates.
I'll make a motion that we approve the preliminary plat for Vermilion Vistas located approximately 3090 South and Washington Fields Road with the findings and conditions provided by staff, with the additional condition number 14 that a 10-foot asphalt trail will be a meandering 10-foot asphalt trail will be located on 3090 South, and a 10-foot meandering trail will be located along Washington Fields Road. And
I didn't do that before, but now it's clear.
And
Washington Fields, and that's fine.
And condition number 15 that the landscaping along Washington Field Road and 3090 South will be installed prior to final plat.
I have a motion on the table by Councilmember Coates.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Casperson. This is preliminary plat. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. You are vested. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You're vested with preliminary plat approval. Item 7C, consideration to approve a preliminary plat for Diamond Sky subdivision located at approximately what was called 3650 South, what is now George Washington Boulevard, and 1000 East. The applicant is Clark Spilker. City Planner Eldon Gibb will present to the council.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. At the address previously stated, this particular subdivision is proposing 5 lots on an area covering 2.54 acres. The zoning designation at this location was recently rezoned to the R115 zoning. The surrounding zone is R115 to the north, open space to the east, R115 to the south, and R110 to the west. The proposed subdivision conforms to the approved zoning, and the request meets the subdivision requirements and other city ordinances as it relates to this location. Staff has reviewed the request and recommends approval with conditions of the preliminary plat as outlined. Planning Commission reviewed this request on August 3rd, 2022, and unanimously recommended approval of the preliminary plat for the Diamond Sky subdivision based on the following findings and subject to the following conditions. The standard 12 conditions. The applicant did note they're planning to add on 5 feet to the sidewalk to incorporate their trail. Council can discuss that if they seem fit. And also that landscaping, at what time you guys would like that done. And I'm happy to answer any other questions at this time.
Does our master trail plan go on the north or the south side of George Washington Boulevard?
The north.
So the zoning to the west of this is yet to be determined open space, is that correct?
It was recently rezoned.
To the west?
There's a bit of an elevation change from lots 1 and 2 down to 3, 4, and 5. Are those dark lines, is that, guessing those are walls?
I think it's a pretty good design based on.
If Drew zooms in on the upper
side.
left corner, you'll see some notations about the walls, Mayors. There's actually a course of 2 walls in some of those places.
But it's an 8 and a 3, and I'd rather see a 2-tiered wall than a 11-foot wall. I think it'll look better.
Yeah. I'm looking for those still. I put my glasses on again, but tell me what's the material?
Right here. It says retaining block wall. But does that mean the stack block or rock?
Is the applicant here?
It's Clark.
This looks like Mr. Spilker. If you wouldn't mind answering that question and any others the council might have. Appreciate you being here tonight.
You bet. The wall on the left there is two-tiered.
And Clark, would you just state your name so the recorder gets that?
Clark Spilker.
Thank you.
The wall on the left is two-tiered. We had it originally one-tiered, but then they decided they wanted it two. And we were going to use the concrete blocks, but the owner asked me the other day if we could use lava. So I don't know what your thoughts on that is.
What are the heights on those walls again? On the west side?
Total height is 11 feet with both walls. The bottom one is 8, the top one is 3. We can make the bottom one shorter, it doesn't matter. We're just trying to get to that grade.
No, I think this is a very clever use of this piece. I mean, it's a really nice design considering you had a triangle on a slope to work with.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. The grade is, I think, 27, 28 feet from one end to the other, and you're only dealing with 3 lots across the back there.
Council, do you have any questions for the applicant or for staff?
I think it looks good. It's a good use for the piece of property. So
thank you. No concerns.
I prefer the lava rock myself to
do?
the big blocks, but I don't know. Just the looks anyway.
So does the owner. So.
The big
He's in
blocks
charge.
are pretty sturdy, though.
I like it too, but if you stain those big blocks, they can look just as good. But I mean, I don't know if we can get into their rock material source, so that's kind of on them on that.
If I could make a statement about those, I live on Rockwood Court, and I drive every day down Camino Real, and there's one of those asphalt winders paths. It's like halfway done, partway down the street it starts, and then it ends, and it's never been maintained. And I have one right next to my lot that's been dirt for 5 years, and another one across the way that they just barely landscaped in an HOA, and they just put rock down, 4 plants. So I understand and agree with what you're trying to do. It's just not being enforced.
Are you in Roadrunner Ridge? Is that where you are? What subdivision?
Rockwood Court is where I live.
Okay.
And I drive down Camino Real quite a bit, and that's where that one.
Yeah.
There's just one piece of a path that's asphalt.
Is that right by the school, or?
It's on the way to the school.
Is it right behind Staley Farm, right?
Yeah, east of the
Yeah,
farm.
Camino Real right behind Staley
I know right
Farm.
where it is.
So
It's a mess.
Like,
Yeah.
you go down the street and there's a sidewalk, and then all of a sudden you have a 15-foot right of way, and then the houses are all set back, and that path is there, but it's never been maintained. And then the other day, all the rock got washed out from the.
Yeah.
There's those 2 big, huge culverts down there in that one low spot, and the water just sat there. In other words, I'm not complaining. Well, I don't know if I'm complaining or not. I'm just saying that if you're going to do this, I agree with it, but it just needs to be supervised and made fair to everyone.
Yeah.
Everyone, if you're going to do it, that everybody should be required to do it.
So I have a question, and I totally agree with you, and it's something we're working on. But is it required to put the trails on the preliminary plats?
Yeah, you're supposed to show where they're at. You're supposed to show your sidewalk and your roads.
This is the 3rd one tonight. There's not a trail on, so I just wonder if it was required or if it's just.
On your preliminary plat, you're supposed to propose what you're doing. Okay. So it's part of the checklist.
Ours already has an existing sidewalk on it, so we just wanted to add to the sidewalk rather than tear out the sidewalk and do a trail.
So all of the plots tonight have had a little comment like this one has about the sidewalk, but yeah, you're correct. The actual depiction of the trail hasn't been on them.
But I'd admonish you all to do a little drive around and see.
One of the issues is that sometimes we do have pieces because they bring them in as the subdivisions come in, but what we're talking about is making sure we don't miss, these kind of things. And if they were on the plat defined a little bit better, I think it would
That
help.
one on Camino Real, you should probably just abandon it and give the property back to the owner.
We'll check it out. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry.
Drew, go to the northeast a little bit on George Washington. See, there's an existing sidewalk there. That
all the way down.
The question I think I'm just thinking in my head is how is the best way to tie into that? I mean, do we want to go from a meandering sidewalk that goes down that slope to some 10-foot asphalt trail, or at some point do the aesthetics of it does it make more sense to be consistent with what's already there? I'm just throwing the question out.
No, I think we have a real problem with.
Well, I don't have a pointer, but.
Well, I think what I'm saying is that we just.
See where that corner is up there? The whole thing ends right there, and the guy on the next corner, there won't even be a 15-foot landscape. Because he's already an existing homeowner. See him right on the corner?
Well, our problem here is
that's why
these are services over our trails are still trying to debate whether they want to be on the north side of the road or the south side of the road.
Well,
and we can't do both of them or require it on both of them.
We can't do both, but we have failed on 3650 if we have not got a trail on either side of it, and I don't think we do. And it was just an oversight or something, but we're trying to fix this oversight because it's been in our master plan since whenever it was adopted to continue it on one side or the other. So what's the best side?
So Barry let me know that we've missed some here, but we're working with property owners in this area to fix that issue.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's that sidewalk. Yeah, that to me would look.
But we have the right of way, we just don't have the trail there, so it doesn't mean we can't come back in and add to it.
You'd have to look at the slope too.
That's got bad elevation.
I'll jump in real quick on this trail. So with the construction of the new interchange up there, we have been working with the Parks Department. I know for a fact that they are actually in the process to get that trail on the north side, and they understand they've got to go in and reconstruct that meandering sidewalk. And you can see there's two properties there that we don't even have the right of way. They're actually already working with them to get that additional right of way for the trails through there. But they definitely on the north.
This is Barry Blake. That's correct. We are working with the property owners right now, and there's two of them that we've missed. So the other ones we're working with Dennett that's doing their portion right now, and we'll widen that existing sidewalk. There is a little bit of slope on that one area that we'll have to work with, but it is on the north side, and we're addressing all those things right now with that north side of George Washington Boulevard.
That's all I wanted to hear. I was concerned that it was just going to end.
No, it goes on. As a matter of fact, this makes the connection to St. George on the north side all the way, to where the temple's at, the new temple.
Yeah.
And UDOT, we were working with them on making sure that when that interchange goes through, that it is on the north side too.
Okay.
Hey, this is Robbie Pope here. I'm the engineer for Clark Spilker on this. During the preliminary process, we actually changed some of the details of the frontage here to provide. So staff comments were such that we included an additional landscape area and that we added on to this additional trail. So if you do zoom in, there are some notes and an area that's indicated there as adding on to that additional trail. Staff comments were such that we took the existing 5-foot sidewalk and added on another 5 foot. And so that's where these notes came from, was during the preliminary. process.
Yeah, that's correct.
So Barry, you're saying that you would add additional 5 feet of sidewalk, concrete sidewalk?
Yeah, so it won't be asphalt along there. The plan is to add on to the 5 foot that's existing, and then make sure we have the easements, and we do it in that landscaping area also. And to do sidewalk, 10-foot sidewalk all the way along George Washington Parkway to tie in.
5 foot existing plus 5 feet new? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so it'll be 10 foot. So when the other ones come through and the other development could go through, we will require the 10-foot sidewalk to be put in, but the sidewalks existing, we're going to add to that and make it 10 foot. So it'll be a 10-foot wide sidewalk all the way along there.
Yeah, that was our understanding too.
Yeah.
So do you have any more questions?
Thank you, Mr. Spilker. Any more trail discussion on the third item in a row? Maybe we should have these come forward with like highlighted sections in bright yellow where the trails are, and we'll get through this meeting a lot faster.
Did I include that in my motion?
Probably not, but but I know it's been heard.
Were you making a motion?
I am ready for a motion, council member.
Did you want to? I'll make a motion to approve a preliminary plat for Diamond Sky subdivision located at 3650 South, 1000 East.
Have a motion by Councilmember Ivy.
Second.
A second by Councilmember Casperson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? This preliminary plat is approved unanimously. And thank you for staying. Item 8, resolution. This is consideration to approve a resolution authorizing the Red Mesa. Help me pronounce this, Rick. Tapaha?
Yeah, Jeremy's probably the
Red Mesa Tapaha Solar Project amended and restated transaction schedule under the power supply agreement with UAMPS, the Utah Associated Municipal Power Systems, and related matters. Power Director Rick Hansen.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I promise I won't bring up any trails or HOAs, so hopefully it'll zip right along. This is a solar project that we had entered into, goodness, it's been probably about 18 months ago. And has last month, if you recall, we talked about the Steel Solar project that had supply chain issues, force majeure, et cetera, pretty much that same discussion happened on this project. And so to make a long story short, depending on what level of detail you want to go into, the original cost for this was $23.15 per megawatt hour with a 2% annual inflation, or not inflation, escalator, which worked out to roughly an equivalent to like $28.22 of a flat product. Again, they had the issues, and hopefully you've had a chance to look through the UAMPS briefing document. It details in there what some of the options were. So, and coming back at this point, the power price proposed is $37 of a flat product for 25 years with a commercial operation date of March of next year, which will be for next summer, which is positive. Again, UAMPS had looked at other options. They ended up about in the same price range, but instead of next year, we'd probably be 5-6 years out before we would receive anything from similar projects. So while we're not real thrilled that the price went up, I still think it's within market value and the best interest of the city at this point to move forward with this contract. So with that, I'll answer any questions you may have, or make a note, the power board last on the 8th of August, recommended to the city council to approve the resolution.
Is that accurate, Dick? Okay, we got the thumbs up there. Okay.
Rick, the adopted and approved date on this document says July. Is that just something we need to update to today, or is it important that UMs have it be a date certain?
Where are you at on that, Todd?
Just on the bottom of the resolution, it says July 27th. Can we just update that to today?
Yeah, I would think so. I think that's just
something that didn't get updated yet.
A typo on that. Because actually my draft, it just shows I have blanks.
It says July 27th. We just need to update that, I'm sure. It's on the resolution.
Is it the same as that one?
I'll get it updated on this final draft.
Thank you, Tara.
So just a couple notes. I mean, it's too bad, but what everyone's dealing with, it's still a phenomenal price for 25 years. And I think it's great for our residents to lock in what we can when we can.
How big of a good point there, Councilman? How big of a impact is this on our overall program or overall?
Not overly huge on this one. We have 1 megawatt in this project out of roughly 55 total system.
And intermittent.
Yeah, it has all the benefits or downfalls of a solar project. The steel solar, we have about 7, so it's much larger.
Yeah.
So it will help, but it's not a huge power supply that we have at this time. So,
Rick, is this the same group that used to run the Navajo power plant there that you could see from Lake Powell? Does this have any association with that?
I don't believe, I mean, it's the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority, and do you know?
I think the Navajo plant was Arizona Power.
Public Service,
It
I
was
think.
Arizona Public Service. But if you approve this, I'm happy to take everybody on a field trip to look at it.
No, thank
Show you where the
you.
best Navajo tacos are in the area.
Oh, okay, maybe.
Actually, there is the field trip on September 19th, if you want to go over and back with me. There'll be about 10, 11 hours of driving for an hour meeting, so. Well, like I say, you're welcome to come.
Where's it at, Rick? Where's your
It's
meeting?
in Red Mesa. It's actually on the Utah side, but you enter up through Red Mesa on the Arizona side.
It's just south of Aneth, if that helps.
Give us a Blanding reference.
Any further discussion about this solar project, this resolution, or Navajo tacos? I'll call for a motion.
For Navajo tacos at next
For,
meeting.
well, you could put that in as a condition, but it probably.
I'll make a motion that we approve the resolution authorizing Red Mesa Tapaha Solar Project, amending and restating transaction schedule under the power supply agreement for the increased cost at $37 a megawatt flat for 25 years.
Have a motion by Councilmember Coates.
Did he say that name correctly? It sounded.
We're gonna have, yeah, we might have to restate that part of the motion.
So whatever Rick says.
I don't speak Navajo, so.
Jeremy?
It's Tapaha, and that's an interesting story because
Tapaha.
They named it Tapaha because they were having a hard time finding something about family property, and so they put a family name in there to help appease the family owners.
There you go.
Well,
all right, motion's still on the table.
I'll second that, Mayor.
We have a second by Councilmember Henderson. All in favor. This is a resolution, so we'll go roll call. I think we're on to you, Henderson.
Aye.
Martinson.
Aye.
Casperson.
Aye.
Ivy.
Aye.
Coates.
Aye.
All right, the resolution passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Enjoy that road trip. Let's go to item 9, report of officers from assigned committee. Councilmember Martinson.
I got nothing.
Summer, I understand.
We do have our retreat on Saturday with the youth council, so we'll have a kind of a kickoff, and then regular meetings will start up. I want to say the 3rd week in September, so still got a little while.
Would you let me know when and where on that? I'll see if I might just drop in and say hello real quick.
Yeah, Saturday at Stan's Garage.
Okay.
All day.
Okay.
is what she said. That's all the invite said all day.
I'll ride a scooter down.
But lots of good food.
You're gonna rent it.
My own scooter. Councilmember Henderson.
I had a mosquito abatement committee meeting last week, and I took the mayor's advice and had a big Coke Zero, and I was on the edge of my seat for the entire time. So, but I did learn one thing that I thought was very interesting. Most mosquitoes only they stay within like 100 yards of where they were born or something like that. They don't go very far. Except I think he was saying there was maybe one type of mosquito that if the wind was right, they could go 15 miles or something. But I think most of them stay within 100 yards or so of where they're.
Get an applause.
So were you paying attention or not?
I was paying attention.
I'm pretty sure it was 2 Coke Zeros. Councilmember Coates.
We went on the power board. Rick went over what we went over just recently. On the solid waste, I've mentioned the CIB funding. We have our review process next Thursday to see if we can get the $15 million at the 2.5%. So I'll keep you informed on what happens there. I'm optimistic that we get it, but they also said that they are limited on funds this year with the amount of applications they had. So they're going to pick the highest priorities and go from there.
Have they done a site visit? I think that would move the priority up for us.
Well, I don't think they've done a site visit, but I'm sure we'll have some pictures to present.
So that's good. Thank you. Councilman Ivy.
Yes, I report on what I felt was a very rewarding trip to Salt Lake, the capital for legislative policy and water and land use. It was a great trip. I've got tons of stuff. I'm just going to condense it down. Hopefully it will be the most important. For the water infrastructure, environmental priorities, we discussed for Southern Utah with Mayor Staley's encouragement and direction. I proposed that we encourage the reuse in Southern Utah and that become one of our water reuse strategies that will be important for our part of the state. Ensure that water agencies that oversee reuse have clear rules in place as to what those look like. And then the turf buyback, they're finding that the secondary water meters are very expensive and the money's not going as far as they anticipated, like most things. And so they're having to rework that and kind of shorten or extend the range on that a little bit. As far as legislative policy, I'll talk about one item that was a draft resolution for short-term rentals. Again, this is a draft from the Land Use Task Force that will be presented to legislators. There are 3 bills coming forward regarding short-term rentals. And these are the things that made it into the 5 priorities. And number 1 is state lawmakers should reduce or remove short-term rental restrictions so that local governments may determine the policies that best fit their respective communities, which goes back to what we try to do here. We feel like the best government is the local government. They govern best. Let's see, state and local lawmakers should create a level playing field with other property owners and businesses. Local governments commit to working with stakeholders to adopt policies that balance the needs of all residents and businesses. And the most important one is that there was a provision put in that takes a close look at how overnight rentals affect the housing market in terms of accessory dwelling units. And so it was a great conversation. Something that I'd like to mention as well is that while we were there, Jordan Hess was asked to be on the overnight rental working group, short-term rental working group. So that's a great contact there, and I can certainly use the help. But the next legislative policy is September 12th. This is where we're going to look closer at some of the legislation that's coming this next year. What's coming into focus better than any is the extension of 462, which was the affordable housing type of legislation, and just trying to get a good look at the big picture of what's coming so that we can be prepared as a city to definitely be a part of those discussions as the legislators consider them for the 2023 session. And that's all.
Great. Thank you for your work up there and for all you do. Councilmember Casperson.
Well, I'm pretty excited. We started planning for Veterans Day, and it's kind of fitting with talking about the Constitution, because we talked about how important it is to teach the rising generation that freedom isn't free. And so I feel like Veterans Day is one of my favorite events that we have here in Washington City. I'm looking forward to it, and we'll let you know the details as we go forward with it.
Great. Thank you so much. I just have just one brief update. The Dixie MPO, we're adding a regional active transportation plan to that overall transportation plan. And as a body, we put it off until our September meeting to vote in order for public comment. So if you go to dixie-mpo.com, you can read through that. The reason that we put the vote off for another month is so that the cities could take a look at our active transportation system and our trails and make sure that the connectivity is right. And so I just want to make sure that I brought that back more particularly to our staff and to have them review that so that when that board votes in September, that all of Washington's trail connections regionally to our east and to our west, that those are accounted for. And but yeah, that's a good body. A big reason that we have the transportation plan and the active transportation plan is so that we can, collectively, apply for the funding for our growing needs. So it's a good body to be a part of, good group. And I think that's the only update I'd probably bring back at this time. Next item is 10, City Manager Report. Jeremy.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a few items. We talked about Mike's impending retirement, and I think most of you know, but we've hired Blake Fonsbeck to replace Mike as the Public Works Director. Blake comes to Washington City with many years of experience. He's worked in multiple different cities as a Public Works Director. Recently, he's been working in Oregon, but he's excited to get started. His first day will be October 10th. So that's, we'll get to meet him soon. We talked a little bit about stormwater tonight. I think it's really important. We mentioned a little bit, but we had an event in Washington Fields that dropped over an inch of stormwater of rain in a concentrated area in about 20 minutes. And I think you've all received some of the emails with some of the pictures, and they're really impressive. But our stormwater systems actually did a really good job of handling that event, which is more of a 10-year event. And so minimal damage, and it did a really good job. But I just want to, I think we recognize why this is important when we talk about stormwater. We don't get a lot of rain, but when it comes, it can drop all in one area and all at once. And it's really impactful to those residents who live there if it's not done properly. But I also wanted to thank our public works staff was out. They were in the middle of it, making sure those drains weren't plugged. Our police and our fire were also responded during that event. And so they always do a great job getting out and helping our residents and making sure that everything runs smoothly. Last but not least, we attended the UAMPS conference last week, and I think we all recognize our power system is really important to Washington City, but we have really, really good representation and a really good group with UAMPS and Rick and his staff. He had multiple staff members attend. We had multiple power board members attend the conference, but they're really watching out for the future of our power system. And I think it's important to recognize that they're being proactive, looking at carbon-free resources. We talked about one tonight with solar, but they're looking at wind and nuclear. And I think that, there will be a time when we sit here and we're really, really pleased that the city was proactive and forward-thinking, because when we end up with a renewable energy standard, we'll be really happy that we were, decades ahead in planning for that eventuality. So I would also mention that Rick is the vice chair of the UAMPS board this year. So he's taking an active leadership role in that and does a great job. That's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. Excellent report. Appreciate each of you. Like I said, we do not have
need for closed session this evening, so we'll skip past item 11. We'll move to the most important item of the night, number 12, which is adjournment. I'll call for motion.
So moved.
I have a motion by Henderson. Can I not get a second to adjourn? Come on, somebody.
Second.
Second by Martinson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We stand adjourned.